Okay, welcome back. Happy New Year, gamers. It is 2023,
Woo!
so that
We
we
made
can
it!
date this video appropriately in the future. When last we saw the Trollskull Six, they were searching for survivors of the Pact after a massive battle against the forces of the Elder Dragon Mordremoth. They journeyed deep into the Maguma jungle and successfully found a great number of groups that they then sent following back their trail to rejoin the army. Their final discovery led them to a small, secluded village of tree frog people called the Itzel. And after a period of negotiating and talking with them and trying to earn their trust and gain their help, the chieftain, or Kaana, of the tribe offered a challenge that they could call to them a champion of Mordremoth that was plaguing their village, and to whom they had planned on sacrificing some of the Pact soldiers as a means of keeping the thing from destroying their own people. And that if it came and you could defeat it, then you would prove to them that allying themselves with your cause would be worth their while, worth the risk of putting their people further out in the jungle. The ritual underway, an enormous jungle worm erupted from within the pond center of this village, and you have arrayed yourselves ready for battle as the shaman and scouts scatter to the sides, some jumping and leaping up on top of their frail thatched huts, some taking cover behind other objects, many going to guard and shepherd their Pact prisoners and push them further from the site of battle so as to avoid accidental casualties. And with that, make sure you have your tokens selected. I would like everyone to roll initiative.
I believe I think it was Kala has the D8. It was either Kala or Brina from Gift of Alacrity,
think
but I
I
don't
have
remember
it.
which.
Brina,
Okay,
'cause you-
Brina.
Let's go, baby. 9,
See
starting
Kala.
off hot.
Oh, perfect. That's right, because Kala. Oh, but I didn't have to see Kala, right? I
You
just
and
had
me
a toucher,
both.
so I think I did
Yeah.
give it to Kala as
In my
well.
notes, it's
That's right.
both.
So I did both.
Good.
I remember
Sorry.
this whole controversy now. All right, cool. Now let's not roll shit on
Cool.
initiative.
That was necessary.
Birdie, don't you have higher decks than me?
I have I too, I'm assuming.
I think
I
you
have
do.
A
I have,
16?
yeah, you go before me.
Yeah. I don't have the thing on.
Right. You know, I just because I was thinking, I don't think I outspeed you.
That was not a good initiative roll.
We have two very distinct groups of initiative here.
I always have to keep reminding myself that it's good if I'm in the back. I don't want
That's
to
right.
go first. I have trouble when I roll bad though because I feel bad, but I'm like, no, this is good.
Okay,
I like
to
this.
find out what happens.
I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure we all still have 10 hit points from you from the last battle anyway.
I believe so. Everybody should have some.
Yeah, they
or
don't
some
wear
people,
off till
Some
we
people
sleep.
have some.
Yeah.
I know I had some.
Also, we do
Right.
still have Heroes Feast effect, right? Like that
Yes.
was that's
The
still
day has
good.
not-
Yes.
Cool.
We
cool,
just
cool.
don't have one for tonight.
Yeah, gotcha. So if we face the dragon tomorrow, we're doing it without one. That's
I think it'll
That's
be
good.
fine.
That's all scary when you phrase it that way.
Oh no.
that's fine.
We're in
Nothing's
danger.
wrong.
Ralph Wiggum.
Danger.
But with a great roar, this creature bursts through the ground, its four-sided jaw flanging open to this
Oh.
lamprey-like circular mouth
Not cool.
full of rows and rows of deadly teeth. Galatar and Brina, as close as you are, as it roars, you can see like flecks of spit-like material spray outward from its mouth, and some of it hits the wood of the walkways next to you with a and you watch as this acidic spit steams as it starts burning a hole through the wood.
Eh.
Wait,
Pleasant.
That-
can
yes.
you guys hear me?
Just
Oh.
barely. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is
Yeah,
using the
move,
mic.
move your mic a little closer to your.
It's using the microphone. Is
Hey!
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I'm really
Now
gonna
my
rely
question
on
is-
that.
My D&D Beyond is showing that like I have apparently used my 9th level, and
You
my...
did that. You got.
You tried to
did
kill your
the
friends.
lightning,
Yeah.
lightning storm.
That
Yeah.
is this that's oh this is that same, day.
Yeah.
I also used my 9th level.
I have also.
Yeah, we
Okay.
have no ninth levels
Okay.
left.
No, actually, I take that back. I think used
I got
my
a 7
ninth
and an
level
8 though.
Oh,
Yeah,
also,
I've got a
I
9.
forgot to put on there, Ryan. It was a 9 for Grimace.
Oh shit!
forgot to
didn't
roll
add
for him
to the
initially.
initiative. Thank you.
You're welcome. I just saw him down there in the bottom left corner. I was like, oh shit.
Is that a courtesy?
So I feel like
Right.
did I really only use a 9th level and a 4th level?
Because I stunned you.
Yeah, you
That's-
were
oh,
stun locked.
Didn't-
oh,
you didn't-
okay. I
Yeah.
feel like last time I was
That
like
was
actually
the
doing
best
shit,
spent
but
spell I have like used like in a
okay.
while.
because that was like a
The
couple
regrets.
sessions ago, so I'm sitting here feeling like we should have had a long rest. Everything's fine. And
Same.
no.
I've had a long rest.
This is the
Surely my
same day I
character
tried
has
to
too.
like roast all my friends with lightning. All right, we're good.
Damn
Thank you.
right.
I recall.
So the top of round 1, we begin with Kala and Galatar's on deck.
I'm just gonna shoot it twice.
Fair enough. I will say you do not have advantage from being invisible.
Can he echolocate you? He
Okay,
he smell
then
your stink.
I will use a bonus action to take aim.
He smell
Okay.
your stink.
That will hit. $43.
And attacks on it have advantage until the start of my next turn.
Say, do I have a little? I'll put like a little hex marker on it, so I try to remember that. All right, Galatar's up, and Keytree, you're on deck.
Okay, I am going to. So, how far off of this? If I
It's about
If I
10 feet
jump
away from you. You're not
down,
terribly high.
is there anything super hard about like me jumping down into this pool of?
No, you're like 3
Okay.
feet up.
Oh, okay, cool. I will jump. Oh, the game's paused.
Oh, yes it is.
I was like, why can't I move? All right, so they've jumped down to there, and then this is difficult terrain in this green
Yeah, so
liquidy stuff.
I drew a green line around the deep part of the water,
Okay.
which is about like 3.5 feet deep. So Alexa will effectively be swimming if she's in there.
Hmm.
Everyone else, it's still difficult terrain for everybody.
Okay, gotcha. So I will move then into, let's see, so that would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And as I move, I'm going to go ahead and activate my Blade Song.
Okay.
And that's the, so then I can go 30, 35 with Blade Song. So that's as far as I can get. And then I'm going to take my action to take one sword swipe with a green flame blade. With advantage. Okay, so that's a 22 to hit.
So Brina is not currently in
It's
melee
with
range.
advantage from Kala.
Oh, right. Yes, sorry. And I put the marker on him and everything. Yeah.
No worries. Okay, so that's an 8 on the dice. That's 20 points of piercing damage. And then an additional.
What was the to hit?
It was. Oh, sorry. It was 22 to hit.
Yeah, just checking.
Okay. Whew. I was about to be real concerned for a hot second. Okay, so that was 20 points of piercing damage, or slashing damage with this weapon, and then 19 points of fire damage.
Okay. Yeah, it's you run up and you manage to catch part of its lashing tail as it fully emerges from this hole, and as you rake across the blade, you see that it bites, and you manage to kind of wedge between some of these massive armored scales that it has.
All right, and then seeing the success of that, I'm going to use my second attack action and just take a regular strike and try and stab it between those scales again while I can. That's a nat 1, but it's with advantage. Oh, that's a 19 to hit.
That just hits.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Ooh, all right.
19 is the AC.
Perfect, because that is 17 more points of slashing damage.
All right.
And that will end my turn.
All right, that brings it to Kitri, and Brina's on deck.
Okay. So, I just want to. I have a spell that I want to cast, and I just want to clarify semantics so that I don't use it incorrectly. For Tidal Wave, it says that you can conjure up a wave that crashes down on an area within range. The range is 120 feet, and that the area can be up to 30 feet long, up to 10 feet wide, and up to 10 feet tall. So that essentially says I don't have. It doesn't have to be that big, but no matter the size of the weight, like the size, it has the same effect. It doesn't say anything in the spell. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything in the spell about lesser size doing lesser damage.
I guess in that case, I would like to make a tidal wave.
Heck yeah.
Essentially, I want it to go at the creature, but I only want it to be like this 10 feet in between. Like, I want it to be wide enough to fit through here and hit this guy, but not the people on the sides, if that makes sense.
I think I can do watery surface. Is that do this? Is that? Yeah, that's kind of watery looking.
Yeah,
so,
it works.
And you want it to go north, so it'll just roll over him and not
Yes.
hit your allies.
Yes. So it also won't go towards the like village.
Right. Yeah. So it's going to go north and smash against that cliff wall. Absolutely. Yeah, that'll work.
Okay, so Kitri is gonna sort of water bend and stir up the water in this sludgy lagoon and hurl it at the giant worm guy, and I need him to make a dexterity saving throw.
Hang on just a second. Let me get 10 feet wide, so it's actually on him. I'll make it do the thing.
Getting tidal wave flashbacks from,
Mm.
or tsunami, I guess. Was the
10 feet wide. Yeah, so it's like 10 feet tall. Brina, you and Galatar watches the swampy water in the middle here coalesces and rises up to form this cresting wave. The worm towers over it by about 10 more feet, but it slams into it as it moves towards that cliff. So it makes a dex save. Oh, yeah, it's a big, slow-ass worm.
Hell yeah.
That is a 0.
Oh! It takes the full brunt.
It takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage, but to boot, it is knocked prone.
Prone. Yeah.
Go wail on that bitch. And Kitri's not gonna move, and she doesn't have any bonus actions, so that's her turn.
Okay, yeah, and then the water spreads out across the ground in all directions. Like it crashes into him, splays. Galatar, you get a little bit of side sprays that just sort of like splashes against you, but you take no damage. And there's no fire nearby, so I'll just go ahead and delete the effect there. Fantastic. You guys watch as it crashes into him and it roars and then falls backwards. Different roar, but okay. That'll bring it to Marina's turn,
Oh yeah.
and Alexa's on deck.
Ugh, watching this slow ass worm get hit by the tidal wave. Brina does a little thing where you kind of jump on the balls of your feet for a little bit, and then she'll take off on her little flying boots and get within 5 feet to wail on him. I'd like to be above the water if possible.
Yeah, the water's only about 3.5 feet deep. So you just want to be like ground level, like with the boardwalk, or are you going up in the air?
Okay, so maybe she goes up in there, but then comes back down.
A little too over exuberant.
She's Yeah. All right. I guess
like,
logistically
5 feet.
speaking, she's level with the boardwalk, 5 feet closer, whatever. But she shoots up in the air, comes back down. I would like to use my bonus action to rage,
Sure.
and then I'm gonna hit him with the flame tongue long sword, and got advantage from prone and Kala's.
I think Kala's thing's spent, but you do have advantage.
Oh, okay.
from- Is it the whole round? Okay. So yeah, 30 definitely hits.
Choice. I also have 4 points of rage damage, which aren't coming up. D&D Beyond, D20 Beyond 20 thing doesn't like me anymore.
Murder this worm.
Is this two-handed?
Yes.
So, okay. I'm assuming the flames on the sword were already ignited, like in preparation for the battle. 'cause there's
Yes.
no duration limit.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's two-handed strike with the flame damage as well for 13 plus 4 for rage.
Yes.
17.
Change it to 2.
All right.
Cool. And she does it again. Amazing.
Oh,
Critical hit.
Daniel.
All right.
Party.
Let's go!
Alright. I changed the damage to just 2.
Murder this worm.
Murder.
now?
That. I changed the damage to just two-handed weapon.
Oh, okay, cool.
On the yeah.
So this is 43?
43 plus 4 rage damage.
Would it be just +4 or crit? No, it's not a dice. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
47. Yeah, bring it
Fuck
down,
this
and
worm.
as it's writhing around trying to right itself, you manage to plunge that sword down on one side through some of those scales, and as you lift out, you hear the sizzle of your flames, and you watch as one of the scales peels off.
Ew.
And this reminds me.
Brina's like, man, I love fighting worms! Woohoo! I haven't done Brina's voice in a minute. Don't acknowledge what that was.
Don't worry, I was practicing earlier with Alexa and it was very crackly.
So, Galatar. I should have done this before. I apologize.
Oh no.
When you hit the thing,
Yeah.
and your sword
Sure do.
slashed across it, there was a
Mhm.
spray of acidic blood.
And it doesn't have to be poison, it's acidic, right?
It's acidic. That would have been 15 acid damage.
Wow! Ouch!
So I hit it twice.
You did. I'm only gonna
So-
do one because I didn't tell you the first time, so you couldn't adjust your strategy.
I would have still hit it if I'm being honest with you. So just you can go ahead and give it to me.
Well-
I'll take it.
It'll be okay.
Okay.
Because
Oh, good.
I'm a
It's
merciful
gonna be
being.
Ryan!
That was
No,
my,
it's doing
my
well.
mistake.
It's doing
Ryan!
well.
Whatever do you mean?
You're-
I really would have preferred if you would have just given it to me twice. Now I'm more worried.
Well, now because you're standing within 5 feet of it.
And Brina hit
That
it.
hits it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
9 damage from the first hit.
Oh, yikes.
All right, because I'm not a raging barbarian.
Brina.
Oh.
So is that
Brina
both
is
of us?
4.
Oh, okay. Good luck, Galatar.
Yes. And on the second hit, you're critical. When you peel that back, the scale flakes off, and this spurt of acidic blood sprays over the both of you as it writhes back and forth. Galatar is 22 acid damage.
What?
Brina
No
is
shit!
11.
I
That's
just
not
lost
very
46
fair.
hit points in less than 30
Owie,
seconds.
Owie, owie, owie.
You just took so much of my health. That's
You
like a
said-
third of my health.
He said it's
Oh,
amped up a
God.
little. It's amped up a little.
So
I
he
think I
hurted
understand
us
what's
when I
happening.
hurted him.
Okay, so
Well, with my bountiful
fuck
ranged
me.
weapons.
God damn.
And it is abundantly clear to all watching that as you cleave into this creature and slice into its tissuey undersides and under its scaled armor, its acidic blood is just spraying everywhere and hitting the boardwalks and you and your armor, and it's sizzling and melting through stuff, and it is a very painful process.
Awesome.
You got it,
Nothing
guys.
can go
That's
wrong.
Birdie gonna start stepping backwards.
He puts gloves on.
Yeah.
This was a bad idea.
With Birdie's cape of the dandy, his outfit changes to like latex.
Hazmat suit.
Yeah. No, it's like body tight latex.
There is a biohazard present.
Mary, that got the reaction it deserved. Yeah.
So is that the end of Brina's turn?
Oh yeah. Oh
You're
sure.
muted, Mary.
Yeah, Mary, you're muted.
Am I not muted now?
We hear you now.
Very good. Yeah.
I don't understand, guys. I don't get technology.
That's all good.
All I saw was a hair motion.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, I was just like, I can picture it in my mind's eye of like, Birdie doesn't even have on, like, he just has a latex suit. There's nothing like covering the top, so his hair is out and flowing.
Yeah, well, that would ruin the fit. Yeah.
There you go.
Are you wearing PPE? Well, sorta.
Kinda.
I will
No.
also say, for Galatar and Brina, it is abundantly clear that as all this is spraying around, it has a range of 5 feet.
Okay.
Mmm.
That brings it to Alexa, and Birdie's on deck.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, it should be Birdie first because he is more dexterous
Oh yeah,
than
I'm
me.
faster. Yeah, we rolled the same dex.
Yeah. So
I just don't
if you
have.
just want to give him the point 11 or whatever.
Yeah,
There you go.
Yes.
perfect. Okay. Who's gonna do something? I'm gonna try. Well, first things first. Bonus action. Unbreakable Majesty. As this kind of latex suit, his cape of the dandy envelops him, leaves nothing to the imagination. His hair also kind of like flares out. And now he's ready for an acid battle. So Unbreakable Majesty is up. Let me make track of that. It's round 1, right? Still in round 1. Christ alive. Okay, and then I knowing that this thing is probably, is it like snapping its jaw at people or like what's it? Is
Right
it
now,
just kind of
it's
taking these hits?
kind of lying
Yeah.
prone, and it's squirming around, and it's trying to pull itself up head first. It does have a very large toothy maw, though.
Let's go
You can
ahead.
also see that, like, at the end of its long tail is a massive stinger the size of a long sword.
Well, I tell you what, we're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna try and slow this thing. So it needs to make a wisdom saving throw if it could. It is a DC 19.
Okay.
I was gonna say it succeeds. Watch this. Watch this.
Succeeds.
Yeah. Okay. I'm assuming
It is-
what did it roll?
It is.
What did it roll on the
it
dice?
rolled an 11, and it is going to use its legendary
Mhm.
resistance.
Yeah. All right. Well, fuck me. I should have known better, frankly. Okay. Yeah. Thought of that like a moment too late. Yeah. Okay. I'm playing dirty now.
Burning legendary resistance is still a win.
It's
Right,
Still
it's
doing
still-
use of
big work
spells.
out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Somebody needed spell
I-
slots to
if
do
that's
stuff.
how you want to do things, Ryan. That's how you
I
want to do
will
things.
get one round where it can fucking attack.
right? Something's
I
gonna
will have
bad's
my
gonna
day.
happen.
That's fine. That's fine. I guess you want to play the game too. Okay. No, that's and I tell you what, I will use some movement though.
Okay.
To kind of what do I got? 30 feet here. I want to kind of flank wide here. Yeah. That's. I want to go. Kind of want to bob over here. So if it tries to spray me or something, I don't know. Yeah, but that's gonna be my turn, I think. Ryan, why are you measuring?
I'm just seeing how far people
don't-
are from it.
You don't need to do
That's all.
that. How
Brings
far
it
am
to
I?
Alexa's turn.
Fuck.
And Grimace is on deck.
Don't do
That's
it,
right,
Ryan.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make any too much movement. I think we'll do I want to do one firebolt. Well, can I do one firebolt to see if it sprays everybody? Or does it cauterize I want to know, yeah, if it cauterizes the wound and doesn't.
Love that logic.
Indeed.
Who's to say?
Tell me what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna send a firebolt and like try and observe if it doesn't spray everybody with acid. So if I actually hit it,
19 just hits.
which it
So
fucking did too.
33 fucking fire damage on a cantrip. It's looking injured. You guys are tearing it up.
But it doesn't spray
Forgot.
everybody with
Uh,
Be
acid.
on that initiative
Sorry,
roll.
it absolutely does.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Alright.
So, where is this thing? It's acidic blood. That is 8 damage for Brina, 16 for Galatar.
Galtar, you need to get out of here, brother.
Look, man, I just need to get back to my turn. I'll be fine. I've got a spell to help with
This
this.
bitch is gonna swallow you whole. Oh god.
That's true. My AC is a lot lower than it normally is, so.
Yeah, no, I mean, if it hits, I'm gonna hesitate, and I won't use a bonus action. I don't want to melt everybody because I feel like we're doing pretty good. We look like we got this.
I think
The
that
first
should be
6
fine.
seconds.
So is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Alright, that brings it to Grimace.
Alright, good old Grimace here is just gonna. How hard is it for him to get up onto the platform?
He can do it. It's just like 3 feet.
Okay, so that'd
He
be
floats almost that high.
10 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 25, 30 feet. I think that's where I need him to be.
Oh, to absorb some damage.
Yeah, and also because he has a spell stored in him that I wanted to use, but I don't want to be the one that has to cast it. So yeah, he will end there for now.
Okay.
Oh boy.
The worm writhes its way to its standing position, towering up over all of you. It lashes down once with its teeth in an attempt to bite Galatar.
Of course.
Blood in the water.
The appetizer, if you will.
And that hits.
Galatar
So-
antipasta.
You take half damage because Grimace is within 60 feet.
Uh-huh. Yeah, Grimace
So-
takes the other half, so you can just give me the full damage amount. I'll have to. Grimace will
30
take, yeah.
34.
So
piercing
each
damage.
takes 17. Okay.
And I need you, Galatar, to make a dex. Wait,
Don't say strength.
I think it's dexterity. Is it? Did I write that
Oh
wrong?
god.
Intelligence.
If you say strength, it's not good.
No, it's dexterity.
Charisma.
I make an intelligence saving throw.
Dexterity saving.
Oh,
throw.
perfect.
She
Yeah.
said I'm smarter than
Dexterity
this.
save. I'm not great at those.
But at least it
plus
wasn't
4. At least it wasn't a -1.
4?
So I'm plus 4 on this.
Oh.
So I'm sure this fails. It's a 14. This is
14. Yeah.
yeah. This
So
is
as it reaches down, it pins you down with its teeth, and you kind of
Uh-huh.
get slammed into this dirty swamp water. And you can feel some of that magic absorption as the damage is negated by Grimace's presence. But before you can react, you feel the tug as the teeth pull you into the air, and you are swallowed.
Oh.
ooh.
You are blinded and restrained.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we knew it was coming. So. it's all right.
We're mentally prepared.
That's all right. Of all
Yeah.
the people to get swallowed, I'm probably the best candidate. So this is fine.
Well, it ain't swallowing me. I'll tell you that much.
I can get out probably. I think I have a spell slot left.
As it rears upward and kind of tosses Galatar, its whole body kind of shifts like a snake's, and one of its enormous, thick coils lashes over Brina. Does a 14 hit?
Me?
Yeah.
No, actually. I have a 15 armor class.
So with your brawn only, you are able to kind of deflect this massive, meaty chunk of this beast down onto the ground and not get knocked over. It kind of twists around, you watch as Galatar's feet sort of disappear down as the teeth kind of swallow and pull him
He
in.
goes head first.
The jaw closes around it, and it turns to you, and there's almost what could be described as a cross-shaped grin, as these teeth are exposed, but they are clenched. And the tail spike whips around, and it tries to hit you with its stinger. That will hit. So half of 26, 13 piercing damage.
This is a fucking
And-
rough ride.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Well,
Is
no,
it
you don't. No,
poison?
you don't, because it's poison, and you guys have fucking Heroes Feast.
Period.
So
Let's
you
go.
do not take 34 poison damage.
Oh, I love that. Okay.
And it is going to move a bit.
No. Don't
5,
bring it over
10,
near me. I don't play.
15.
It only has half movement too, right? Because it got up.
Oh, that's true.
Mmm.
Reminder.
Yes. It'll just move to here. As it kind of eyes Brina warily, and it's like seeking people out. That'll bring it to the top of the round with Kala.
I'm gonna shoot it. I'm not gonna take it.
Okay. $15 does not hit, unfortunately.
I'll use a bonus action to shoot it again.
Okay. That will definitely hit.
Right. 48 damage, and then I'm gonna run away.
Okay.
I will use feline agility.
And you guys watch as Kala's arrow kind of appears out of nowhere, and it sinks into the softer underbelly of this creature. And as it hits, you see like the skin of it kind of part momentarily as it shrieks in pain, and then it pulls itself higher still, and that wound begins to close ever so slightly. And the flesh of its stomach seems to kind of knit and pull together, kind of like somebody flexing really tight abs, as the girth of the creature increases ever so slightly. It seems to kind of toughen up a little bit. That brings it to Galatar.
We've just made it aroused.
Heatree's on deck.
Okay, I'm assuming I
Galatar's
take.
feeling it from the inside.
I'm assuming I take damage at the top of my turn from its acidic stomach or something, since it's an acid-based creature.
Actually, at the start of the worm's turn.
Oh, perfect. Because I'll be gone by then. Because I'm gonna dimension door out of this bitch. Let me get rid of my last 4th level spells. Oh no, first 4th level spell slot. Good. I'm only almost out of 3rds. And everything else. I'm gonna go over here. Oh. Sorry, my D&D Beyond is moving very slowly. There we go. Okay. So I'm gonna dimension door to here. And then that's gonna be all for me at the moment.
When Kala shot it, Brina, you would have taken 12 reduced to 6 acid damage.
Ah, damn. Okay. Rough out here for a barbarian.
Alright, that brings it to Kietri, and Brina's on deck.
Okay. Petrie is gonna. Well, I want to measure real quick.
I'm gonna pull your mic up a little.
I'm sorry, I was eating
Okay.
a snack. I did not mean to just move myself. Well, that was a mistake.
Where'd you go?
I'll move myself back. What is happening? Okay,
Are you under Brina?
I think so. I think Galatar's under there too?
Galatar's over on the left.
Okay. I have this so zoomed out so that I can see everyone. It's so hard to make out what's
Yeah.
actually happening or who is who. I just know that all of my friends are the small ones and not the giant green thing. Oh, okay. Now I'm going to measure. I need to know how far I am. Oh, okay. So, yeah. She's gonna bonus action and use her hidden paths, and she will move 60 feet straight forward, or not 60. No, yeah, she'll go 60 feet straight forward, so she'll go to right there on those little things.
Yep.
And then what she's gonna do is she's gonna. Oh, but he's moved out of the characters. Okay, never mind. This still works. Still something I'm gonna do. She's gonna cast. If it will scroll. She will cast Wither and Bloom on the, I guess the part of the creature that Brina's next to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does he have to make a save?
Where did it go?
It, rather.
You invoke. So each creature of your choice in that area must make a Constitution saving throw. So he needs to make a Constitution save.
He saves.
Well,
He's a big
and
convoy.
he takes half damage on a successful save, so he takes 3.
Necrotic.
And
Okay.
the bonus is that because it's a 10-foot like radius,
Yeah.
Brina is in the area. She can spend one of her hit dice to heal herself, plus my spellcasting modifier, which is +5.
Well, that's hot as hell.
So if
Period.
Brina wants to roll a unspent hit dice.
Oh, period. Alright. Well. That was a 12 off of a D12.
Nice.
Plus
So
what?
you get 17 hit points back.
Period! Oh, cool!
That's fucking awesome.
Does that spend a hit
And
dice? That's
Yes.
a... Yeah, alright, cool.
It does, but
That is okay. I have no qualms.
and that will be Keetri's turn.
All right. I will say, having taken that necrotic damage, Sabrina, you do take 20 acid damage.
Aw, fuck. Is that reduced by half, or is that...
Oh yeah, sorry, it is.
Okay.
So 10. Yeah. my
So
bad.
really, it's... I think I'm back where I
A
was.
net
It's
gain
okay.
of 7.
So it's like any damage makes this thing flinch.
Just about any you've seen so far. All right, so that brings it to Brina's turn, and Bertie's on deck.
Now that he's up and moving, I think she's gonna try and fly close to his mouth head.
Mm-hmm.
You know, aerial maneuvers, trying to keep focus here. She's gonna yell, guys, if I get swallowed, will you come get me? And she's gonna assume that they say yes. And I'll reckless attack and try and get him with the flame tongue longsword.
Okay. 20 will hit.
That's a 23 total, and then 23 and 20
Okay.
respectively.
Yeah. 2 solid hits with your sword as you're cleaving into it. And with each slice, more of this acidic blood pours out.
Gross.
That is reduced to 11 and 9.
Awesome.
So 20 total acid damage.
Awesome.
And you feel now, like, as you're slicing into this thing, its skin, where it's like clenched itself up, is tougher. And it seems to be slightly resistant to the damage that you're dealing.
Can I use my reaction to reduce that by 1d12
Absolutely.
for Stone's Endurance? Why not, you know? Give a girl a
Nice.
break.
Damn.
Okay, that's
We're all
cool.
hot on the D12s tonight.
Yeah, son. Okay. That was really helpful.
So now are you 15 feet in the air?
Yeah, if I could stay kind of level with where I imagine he senses beyond just eyeballs. I don't think he has any. I think he's mouth centric as far as creatures
You're
go.
looking at it and it has no eyes.
Awesome. That's really scary. Hate it. She's just gonna hang out around there, float around, buzz around. Should be fine. Guys, can
That
we kill
brings
him
it-
quick?
To Bertie's turn,
Ding!
and Alexa's on deck.
Okay. Okay, well, I will from here. I think I'm close enough. Oh yeah, I don't think if I move 30 feet, I still don't think I'll be within 60 feet of anybody else. But I got plenty to lose, so I'll go ahead and use a Mantle Inspiration as a bonus action, and give Brina and myself 14 temp HP, and you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed without provoking attack of opportunity. I then how's everybody looking? Things are looking okay. People are looking all right. Yeah, shoot. I'm gonna try and slow it. Make a wisdom save. I've got to burn these things, and that's the only thing I've got that's gonna burn something.
There's a
Because I
19.
can't imagine it unless it speaks common. Fuck. That is the thing, isn't it? It's a 19 wisdom save. Yeah. Yikes. Well. Shit. All right. That's all I got. Well, I will. Yeah. No, I'll stay where I am. I feel pretty good about that. All
A
right.
valiant attempt. You watch as
Yeah.
this-
trying to slow it down.
this
Burn these
insane
rage resistances.
beast now like wild with rage and pain, just currently bleeding acidic blood all over itself, having a hard time, but somehow manages to push through the slow spell. Right, it's Alexa's up and Grimace is on deck.
I will yell back to Brina, "Don't sting like a butterfly and dodge like a bee or something." And I'm gonna try and do Mind Sliver. That's psychic damage. Maybe
Yep.
that may make him not spray
Uh,
blood everywhere.
Save, save. So, natural 20
Oh my.
for a 15. So he fails. Yeah,
Wow.
it's a
That's
check,
the kind
so
of
he
stupid
fails.
I love.
Yeah,
That's a hard
Yep.
stupid.
it is a beast,
That's how I'm trying to be.
or a bestial mind anyhow. So he takes 10 psychic damage. And Brina is not sprayed with blood. There's no physical
Hooray.
damage to it, and so it just sort of like it almost looks like it's sucked on a lemon suddenly. Its mouth sort of puckers up and its head starts jerking side to side.
Okay.
And it has
So...
a debuff, right? D4.
Oh, it does. Yes.
Next saving throw. Okay. Good to know.
Oh, crap. I should have thought of this earlier. So then I will, thinking of that quickly, I will then quicken a Dissonant Whispers. That's a wisdom saving throw. As I then creep into its head and just start telling it it's a skinny worm, it's a terrible worm, you're weak.
And it's minus
Flaccid, in
1d4.
fact.
You are not a girthy worm.
Yeah, those are some crap rolls on the psychic damage, but eh.
Minus a D4. Doesn't matter. It failed. Okay. So 6 more psychic.
Oh, that does. I forget. It has to do stuff. Blah blah blah, and it must immediately use its reaction if available to move as far away as its speed allows from you.
Okay. So yeah, it uses its reaction. Let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20.
Gives Brina her reaction if it's open.
I used my reaction.
I couldn't remember. That's right, Stone's Endurance.
Endurance.
Yep.
That was
Can
really
do it.
cool, though. I would have loved to have done.
I know. I forgot about waiting for that combo.
Oh no, somehow I got closer.
That was not a good idea. Some mistakes have been made. Science has been
Oh
made,
no.
but sometimes science is mistakes. Well, that ends my turn
All right.
as I contemplate actions.
It brings it to Grimace.
Oh, and I made.
Grimace is just going to use the spell that is stored in him, which is a haste spell, on Galatar, and then he is gonna back up
Oh,
back to.
I forgot that was not the end of my turn. So that doesn't affect.
Here. And that's it.
So you have to roll on the Wild Magic Surge table.
I think I don't.
Oh,
I don't
no.
have that macro.
Wild Magic Surge. So for the next minute, you must shout when you speak.
All right. All right. Worst
Fucking
things have happened.
Wild magic.
Like you
yeah.
already would be shouting.
Right, I won't
Yeah.
notice until it's after a while.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm just really amped up still.
Like, oh, thank God we're done. Alexa's like, what?
Oh, it's crazy!
Then Grimace moves back. He's cast his spell. You are hasted. Okay. So on its turn, it will close the gap, I think.
This bitch does not like you, Galatar. I'm so sorry.
That's what I'm starting to get the sense of.
That's my oops too.
I said worm to worm.
Do you think I
So-
said something to offend it?
I need Galatar, Keytree, and Grimace to make a save. I
Just
forget
a
what
save.
it is. I think it's a dexterity saving throw.
Just roll a d20 and hope.
Perfect.
So the creature, having run away briefly from Alexa, finds itself up against the cliff wall and then turns, and you watch as the mouth kind of opens up and this heat kind of radiates out from it as it hisses and moves its head, seeking for prey. Seeing a cluster of targets, it moves towards you all. And Galatar, as it approaches you, it lowers its head as it's kind of snaking across the ground. It gets right at level and just spews a line of acid out that washes over you, hits Keytree, melts through two of the tents and the straw building structures, and coats Grimace. Each of you takes 59 acid damage.
Oh shit! 19 doesn't even save on this motherfucker. He rolled a nat 20. Damn.
Nope.
Well, haste is gone, which means I can't move next turn. Well, that-
Should be fine, Galatar.
So-
Things have kind of gone downhill a little.
Don't worry, Galatar.
Okay, I've got 11 hit points left, I think.
That's
So
11
11.
points, Galatar.
Oh no, wait. Grimace takes half of that for me, so I've got
Yeah.
more than 11.
So Grimace takes 59 plus half of 59.
Kill Grimace.
Okay, so half
Is
of
Grimace
59
still
is.
alive?
He's
Yeah.
not too much.
Grimace had 140 and he heals every
Oh my
turn.
God.
Hold on. Half of 59 is.
See, I see 125 on my
29.
screen.
Okay, so 29 plus
Okay,
59
yeah, she's still
is 88 for Grimace.
Yeah.
So he should have gotten 10 back last turn, so he should be at 135. Then he loses 88. He's at 37 hit points.
Pretty rough.
I really wanted to have a turn with haste, Ryan.
Sorry, man.
Just really wanted it, you know? Like it was just a pipe dream, I guess.
He was thinking about aiming it elsewhere, but then he ended up kind of in an odd position.
Boy. Well, see y'all in a couple turns.
But fortunately,
Yikes.
that is the end of his turn. And that brings it back to the top of the round with Kala, and then Galatar's on deck.
I'm gonna move forward a little bit. And shoot it twice.
Okay. Uh, 13 does not hit.
Oh,
Ooh, double nat ones.
What the
Damn.
heck?
Dang.
That's
Don't
That
see
is
that often.
Rough.
yeah.
Wow.
that's
This
it.
fight has gotten so bad so quickly.
We are not well.
We are not well.
Let's see. Yeah, that brings it to Galatar, who
You can actually just keep the turn marker moving. I'll double check haste, but I'm pretty sure it's anything.
I think you're incapacitated.
I think I am functionally incapacitated. Hold on 1 second.
Paige, while they're doing that, did you get your 14 temp HP?
Dead. I
Okay,
did.
just
It's on
Yeah,
trying to
the
find
one.
it.
So I'm not technically incapacitated, but I can't move or take actions this turn. Okay. I'm just feeling very sleepy.
I kind of like suddenly feel that spell leave you and have to catch your breath.
It's like as acid is like dripping off his skin, he's just like, ah!
All right, so that brings it to Kitri, and Brina's on deck.
Oh, great.
You're muted.
You're muted. It's a Zoom mute.
In Zoom.
So many
I hate
mutes, Mary.
everything. Okay, I'm just gonna stop messing. I'm just gonna. I didn't want you guys to have to listen to me crunching carrots because I was hangry. I'm getting stressed. Okay,
Galatar's gonna be fine.
Kitri will use. Hold on, I need to measure first. I'm sorry.
I mean, I am worried about Galatar.
Okay.
It's not often that things can hit Galatar. This has been an
I
odd
know,
fight.
yeah.
What makes it worse is I have a spell that literally halves acid damage, but I haven't had the option to use it yet. This is just...
But when you can hit him, oh, how brittle.
Okay.
Hey guys, my AC is still 19, okay? So, I'll be nice.
Kitri's gonna. I think it's 10 feet. She's just gonna run up to Galatar now. And she's gonna ask, Do you want to move? I can get you out of here.
Preferably anywhere my skin is not melting off would be great.
All right. She's gonna use her her action, sorry, to use hidden paths, and she will. Galatar will pop up 30 feet directly to his left.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
so
creature
Kitri is
you
like
touch, a
dripping
willing
with
creature.
acid and kind of smoking. She runs up to kneel down to Galatar like, ah, do you want to get out of here? Galatar's just like, yes!
They have to be willing. Consent,
Yeah,
right?
I like that you're
Consent.
asking for your blessing. That was great.
Consent is important.
Always.
And so that's her. Oh shoot! Oh, she still has her bonus action, which means. Oh. Okay. All right. As a bonus action, by spending the dice from my pool. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna roll 4 of these d6s. And this is gonna be Balm of the Summer Court onto Galatar, so he gets 4 temporary hit points, and then ooh, he gets 17
Nice.
regular hit points back. And I think I still have like 20 feet of movement.
Yeah, you used 10, so you have 20 left.
I'll just go direct. Well, no, I'll just go directly back. I just back away from
I
the
Run
will
snake
say,
guy.
if it matters, you are within his melee range,
Oh shit!
so he could take an attack of opportunity.
Fine, she'll stay put. She can do what she needs to.
Okay. That brings it to Brina.
Whew. Okay, let's rock and roll. Brina will be right at 40 feet here, which is her movement.
Damn.
Wait, go
Adrian.
ahead.
I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
If it's for her mind being affected, it can't be because
All
of mind
right.
blank.
I keep forgetting that.
Right. Yep. You cast mind
I
blank.
get excited
That's why I
every
don't have
time.
my 8th level spell slot.
Feel like a little tingle in the back of your brain, but nothing comes of it. I knew
Oh.
there was a reason I wasn't. doing
Fortunately,
I
even
was-
if I die, that lasts for 24 hours, so that's great.
I was like, not this shit again.
that. Yep. All right. So Brina, and then Birdie's on deck.
Yeah. Yeah. Brina's gonna zoom over there. Hit him. Probably hit him. That's her favorite hobby. Where are the actions? Okay, cool. Gonna reckless attack again. Baby.
Critical hit will hit.
Shee. Okay.
33.
Cool. And that's 4 on top of that for rage damage. I don't know why it's
7.
not showing up anymore. Alright, let's do it again. No, see,
Wow.
Paula got 2 nat 1s in a row, and so the pendulum swings.
Equivalent exchange.
I would love for the nat 20s to go to Paula realistically. That would actually help a little bit more. Okay,
37 plus 4.
yes. Sexy! I was gonna move back 5 feet because you mentioned like the 5-foot splash zone, but I used my entire 40 feet of
Oh.
movement.
Good point. Yes, with 2 hits.
Ouchie.
10 reduced to 5 acid damage.
Yeah.
And 12 reduced to 6 acid damage. Very low rolls this time.
Quite frankly, miraculous. Cool. Yeah, I was gonna move back 5 feet, but I can't. I used all my movement, so I'll hang out there in the splash zone, and
Alrighty.
that's
Oh, this is going to be a juicy turn for them.
okay.
So,
All right.
Birdie, and then Alexa's on deck.
Okay. I am going to use some movement here. I feel like I'm a little far from the action. A little further than I want to be. Yeah, we'll get as close as I can here. How's this thing looking?
It's looking pretty wounded.
Pretty wounded.
Yeah, like it's a big creature, so it's like, it's
Right.
got some fight left in it, but it's looking pretty hurt.
Well, I'll go ahead and pop a mantle of inspiration here, and give again myself and Brina 14 temp. That's the only people I can reach, I think, with the distance. Myself and Brina, 14 temp hit points, and you can immediately use your reaction to move up to your speed without provoking attack of opportunity if somebody wanted to get out of a splash zone.
Period. Somebody does want to get out of the splash zone. I'm still within his melee.
I wouldn't think Brina would want to do that.
Yeah, I know,
You
right?
are, but you don't provoke attacks of opportunity with mental
Yeah, I
inspiration.
was thinking about it. Whatever. I'll back up. Okay.
Whatever, bro. Okay. I guess I don't have a ton that's gonna make everything I have that is gonna hurt this thing. It's gonna do its little doodad, and it's gonna it's all saving throws, guys. I don't have any attack spells. But I will go ahead and try to get it to burn another. I need it to make an intelligence save
Okay.
as I cast Psychic Lance at it.
That is a 0, and so it
And it
will
fails.
use another legendary resistance.
Okay, it still takes half of 23, so 11 psychic damage.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn. Trying to burn those resistances, guys. If somebody else could burn one, we can have some real fun. I can unload the cannon here.
That brings it to Alexa with Grimace on deck.
How's it looking?
Looking pretty bloody.
Well, this is probably the only chance. Might be the only chance while it's not surrounded. Alexa.
Light him up, Alexa! Torch his ass!
Oh, you know what I'm about to? As I take a few steps forward, I'm just pulling the eyes off my robe and setting them on fire. And I just keep pulling them off because this is gonna be a big one. And I upcast Scorching Iris at level 5, quickened. Because then I'll be following it up with a Firebolt.
Okay.
So I believe this is 6 Scorching Irises and then the Firebolt. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's 7, isn't it? It's 3 for the first one and then 1 for each additional.
I haven't written, or do I have it written wrong?
It is 1 for each additional, but it's a 2nd level spell.
Ah, that's what it is. 2nd level. Okay.
Yeah, okay. And then Firebolt.
Okay, let's see here.
Your firebolt is sick
Misses.
today.
23
So-
hits, 29 hits, 29 hits.
6, 15,
The others don't.
25, and then the 27, so 52.
52 fire damage.
And it has a disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. To the start of
Alexa
turns.
is clutch.
The Mortar Math proc.
Fucking A.
Nice.
Well, that came in a lot handier than I was hoping.
Alright.
All right, that was a lot of damage.
Yes, it
Get
was.
back in there, Brina. And I
It
just
is.
keep walking forward.
He is badly hurt as it starts to thrash from side to side as these flaming rays impact on it. It roars in pain. And that brings it to Grimace's turn.
Alright. Grimace is just gonna... Hold on, I gotta add back his 10 hit points. Okay.
Oh shit! I have bless on those ones that I missed. I forget. I procced my Mark of Coda.
Oh.
That's why I have
Okay.
my little bless symbol. So
I was gonna say, you do have a bless symbol on you, don't you? Okay.
I need to roll like what, 3, 4 of them? 1, 2, 3. So that becomes a 20, which I think hits.
We'll hit.
Or no, he buffed up his AC, didn't he?
No, he's resistant.
He's resistant. Okay, so
Yeah,
then
so-
a
so
20,
5.
20, and or a 19, or a 20, a 19, and then a 19.
12 and 19 will hit as well, so 12, 9, 10, it's 21 more.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, every one of them hit at that point.
Yeah.
So he's
It-
resistant to fire damage?
He has quite a few resistances.
But
Yeah.
it seems like both the fire damage and the regular attacks from Brina are doing less than we expected.
Yes.
Okay.
He is,
Cool.
he is
I've been doing
very
so
resilient.
good.
Pulled himself tight, and all his like scales are now much more tightly interwoven.
Sorry, I keep
Very
interrupting
nicely done.
Grimace's
No,
turns.
Oh no, you're good. Grimace didn't have much. He just moved away to save his life.
All right, so that's it.
Yeah, he can't do shit at the moment.
Cool. Okay. So, Man, this is a tough choice. He is going to move this away. And so the worm kind of turns his attention towards Brina, who's been wailing on him. Slithers in that direction. As he comes to a stop, he whips his head around towards Kitri. And as his body kind of follows suit in a very snake-like serpentine fashion, he is first going to whip his tail stinger at Brina.
Alright.
That will hit.
Yeah, probably.
So half of 28.
if it was
14?
10 HP.
So it's 14 piercing, and you don't have to make a Constitution save for poison because you are immune. As it sort of wriggles its body around that way, it is going to try to bite at Kitri. That will hit. So Kitri, you take 36 piercing damage.
Oh,
And I need you to make a
Okay.
dexterity saving throw.
okay.
That's a
let me
stanky hit right there. Mm.
No, why did I do that? Alright, 36 damage.
Ouch.
And then dexterity?
So it slams his head. His head is like bigger than you. It's
Did you roll
big
with-
enough to engulf Brina.
Did you roll with disadvantage? Wardrumov? This.
Oh, his attack
Good call,
has
his attack roll.
disadvantage. That's
Sorry,
right.
Call.
Freaking out. I was looking at my shit and I was like, wait.
I've
The
totally
tail
forgotten
singer
to
still
check.
would have hit Brina.
Yeah.
But Kitri doesn't get bit.
Does get bit.
Yeah, okay.
Good call,
So
though.
32
We tried.
is the lower of the two.
32.
Ow! That's...
Yeah, you rolled really well both times.
Well, you still can't
Golly.
crit on her, so take that.
That's
Yeah. I didn't think about that. A crit from this thing would fucking murder you guys. That's a
you'd be dead.
So yeah, it does hit. With a 16, as the head closes over you, you feel the teeth kind of press in, and you are drawn up into it, and you are swallowed. So you are blind and restrained as you
Sweet.
are being pulled down its gullet. And as its body is writhing around, Brina, one of those big loops of its body comes over and threatens to crash down on top of you. Disadvantage.
So Kitri's
You're
swallowed?
swallowed.
It does
Whoa.
have advantage from
Oh,
being
yes.
reckless, so I guess it's a straight roll for him for my shit. That wasn't.
This time it hits you.
You know when D&D.
Luckily, nothing much difference changed. Yeah.
So, I don't think this will be a problem, but I need you to make a strength save as this massive coil of this gargantuan creature slams down and shatters some of the wood underneath you. You guys watch as Brina, sword down at one side, raises one muscled arm over her head.
Hell yeah.
This coil slams down on her, and you watch as the impact shatters the boards beneath her feet, and there's a splash of water as her feet push down onto the earth under the boardwalk. But she manages to maintain her stance and fend off the huge body as it kind of rolls off of her, and you are not knocked prone.
That's really cool.
You do take 13 bludgeoning damage.
That is
26 reduced by 2.
less cool as far as things go. Alrighty.
And
Was that reduced because she saved or raging?
she's raged.
Hmm.
I think this is. Yeah, that's just like the damage from the attack. The saving throw is versus being knocked prone.
Gotcha. Cool.
Which brings it to the top of round 4 at Kala.
Bonus action, take aim, and hopefully shoot it.
30 will hit.
44.
How do you want to do this?
Yes!
Sheesh.
Thank goodness. Oh my gosh, I was getting nervous.
Petrie is still swallowed, right?
Hmm.
So
Yeah, as it's like, you can see it kind of pulling, the muscles are like flexing as she's being pulled into its gullet. It's kind of vertical in the air.
I would like the arrow to like split it open so that it like peels open and Kitri falls out all covered in goo.
Like it.
It's a
I don't know.
really big creature.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
I know that you could split the whole thing open, but we'll say Kitri, as you are being slowly pulled in, everything goes dark and fleshy walls start burning the sides of your skin. You feel a sudden impact jar the creature, and as you're pulled further in, your grasping hands reach and find purchase on an arrow that has lodged itself in the gullet of this creature, and you're able to stop your further descent. You
That's
feel
cool.
the thing twitch and writhe. You all hear a thunderous roar of pain, and it comes crashing down, shattering more of the boardwalk and
Oh
one of
my
the
gosh.
nearby huts, and it is laid out prone on the ground. You kind of watch as the mouth kind of goes slack, and the perfect cylinder of its shape flattens out as it loses muscular cohesion. And Kitri, like, it's a little prickly because the teeth are kind of like facing backwards, but the sort of slime and viscera that kind of move their way out kind of
Not
disgorge
the
you.
viscera.
You all watch as like the mouth sort of half opens and Kitri sort of slides out into the
I
slime.
get disgorged.
The pond.
Ah.
Gross.
With that, there is a thunderous crash, and then all goes silent. For a span of heartbeats, there is absolute stillness, and all you hear is the sound of your own breath as you all take a moment, gather your wits, before an explosion of high-pitched croaking erupts from all around the village, and you can see these small, Alexa-sized tree frog people leaping up and down, 15 feet in the air, some of them adorned with bright feathers. Others you can see now coming out of hidden places behind like storage piles of ceramic jars and things, all croaking and chirping and shouting in their strange froggy tongue. They all begin to kind of make their way towards you. You can see some of them are hanging back, kind of guarding the Pact prisoners still. But they all gather you all together near the corpse of this creature, and they begin to kind of dance and sing in a musical circle as they are chanting and stomping and splashing in the water. Some of them raising spears and daggers, some of them holding staves, the more colorfully dressed ones with what look like inky markings like body paint, until with a large resounding croak from a toad the size of a Volkswagen, Kaana Miatli comes riding up on her giant toad, and everyone kind of gets still and quiet. They're still cheering and clapping each other on the back. And the Kaana approaches you all and says, you see, she is laughing. Ha 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 ha! Ameyali provides. Well done. Come, come. You are wounded. Let our shamans tend to you. And join us. Tonight we feast in celebration. And you watch as several of the others cheer up and jump again, and they start going to work. There are like
Ooh.
two dozen of these
Giant
frog
worm
people
tonight.
with sets of knives and hatchets and like flint
Be cooked.
carved cleavers that just start peeling the scales gently off this creature, delicately chiseling them away, and then slowly cutting the meat away from this worm. A cluster of shamans, including Xochitl, who you had spoken with before, kind of gather you all up. They take you to one of the larger, it's not a hut, it's almost like a picnic shelter. It's just a roof with some bamboo poles holding it up. But they bring you guys in and they set you on soft grass mats, and the shamans begin to tend your wounds. As a couple of minutes pass by, Pact soldiers are then brought to your location, and in sort of a wide grassy area around you, they are sort of brought to sit, and they are given food and water, same as provided to you all. There's a variety of grains and clear, refreshing spring water, as well as some juice-like substance. It's almost like agave nectar, kind of mixed with water. But they are elated. There is an atmosphere of celebration now. If there's anything any of you would like to accomplish now, feel free.
Could I get some of those scales from the champion?
Absolutely.
I'll do that.
I would say as you do that, several of them around you. Like as you approach, they, you know, gesture for you and they start speaking in their strange tongue and motioning you in, and they take a moment to show you how to very delicately remove, and they kind of point you in such a way that you don't burn yourself on the acidic blood.
Well, once they show me that, I'll spend the rest of the time that I have kind of helping them, since I'm used to using like kitchen knives and things like that for cutting meat and stuff like that. So I'll just help them out.
All right.
I'll say Birdie, with his cape of the dandy, kind of goes back to his traditional garb. It's kind of like a foresty pattern, like so it's neutral tones. Yeah,
Pink camo.
yeah, neutral Birdie
It's
tones.
Earth
You know,
tones. It's
It-
tasteful.
yeah, it's tasteful. It's tasteful.
Still slutty, but it's tasteful.
Yeah.
I think Brina would try and chat with the Pact soldiers, not for any like real purpose, but just to check in, see how spirits are.
Yeah, so you find that there are a couple of different survivors from different groups. There are like 3 or 4 different groups of soldiers that fought together with each other that have all been kind of brought here together as they fled through the jungle on different paths. They've been treated fairly well. Like there's been no like torture or like harm done to them. They were just secured, bound with what looked like bits of vine and rope that had been made from plants of the jungle. They had been given water, but as yet they had not been given food. It's only been a couple of hours. They did not know what their ultimate fate would be. But as all this goes on, some of the shamans are able to cast the tongues ritual and sort of explain to everyone what is going on, and to tell the Pact soldiers they are freed, that this was kind of a misunderstanding, but that also you guys are all trespassing in their home, and they were going to use you noisy city folk, for lack of a better term, as an appeasement to this creature so it didn't kill their children and stuff like that. There's a bit tense. Like the Pact soldiers are not happy, but they are all alive.
Water under the
and
bridge
well.
now.
Yeah, you know. Worm in the dirt now.
Worm in the belly. These are tasty.
The light
Spicy.
begins to die. The thick jungle canopy makes it a little darker than it would normally be at this time of day anyway. But the Itzel begin their sort of feast preparations. There's a couple of big bonfires built, and cooking stations are set up. The meat is treated in such a way it's like thoroughly washed with clean water, and there are some materials that the shamans go around and are preparing in little mortars and pestles that are rubbed on the meat and
Oh yeah.
Neutralize the acid.
both a combination of flavoring and neutralizing the deadliness of the acid. They said it still gives a little kick. It burns a little bit, but it's a nice burn.
Yeah.
How
Put the
would
dry
they
rub
know?
on there.
Have they eaten this thing before? I am concerned.
Pictel says, "Oh yes, there are baby jungle worms all throughout the Maguma. They are very, very dangerous, but our greatest hunters sometimes are able to trap them. They are small. They are only 15 feet long or so. But one can feed the village for many, many days."
So I mean, how long is this one gonna last then?
Quite some time, if we can preserve it. Our Miatli has been very good to us. And as this conversation kind of proceeds, the Kaana comes up and says, "You have all done well this day, and you have more than earned our support. After eating, before we go to our rest, I believe there is perhaps one more matter to which we must attend. The darkness that lies within this one. She points to Kitri.
Dun, dun, dun.
Exorciser.
What do you mean? What can you do?
He walks over to Kitri and positions herself on top of like a couple of sacks of grain so that she's closer to eye level and kind of squats down on her haunches. You can see she's got this beautiful ornate golden like tiara crown with a massive emerald on her forehead and a pretty ornately carved staff of some dark red wood. She's grasping the staff and kind of crossing her arms around it, leaning forward. She looks at you as you ask this question, Galatar, and then she turns to Kitri and she tries to grab her eyes, like make solid eye contact, and says, "You are a child of blight, yet you deny your maker. My shamans and I can feel the conflict within you still. You have some protection, but before you return to your people, you should meditate with us and be certain of your own mastery." If you are willing. Though you would need to relinquish the protection you currently have. Open yourself to the mind of the Thorned One and resist it on your own terms. Your companions may assist you. We often rely on our tribe to make us stronger, but you must be able to reach out and face it to overcome it.
I don't really know what to say, honestly. I just... There's no certainty that if I, relinquish this protection that by meditating with you guys that I would become, I guess, invulnerable to it. And having experienced this before, I am pretty aware of my weaknesses, and I know that this protection I have is from my friends, and it is helping me. So I guess I'm very, would have to be very hard-pressed to give it up. I would need a
understand.
lot more certainty. And also, we're going to fight more Dramath anyways. That's where we're headed. And just because of the Sylvari origins, that's what we're called, Sylvari, by the way. Despite maybe our origins, it is a deep mischaracterization to think that we all are at the behest so easily of Mordramoth, and where the Sylvari come from, while attached, is also a much more players forgetting words. Basically, she's trying to
I don't want to speak out of turn here, but Kitri, if these people, I may have misunderstood, but if we can, if they can somehow, if we can help you and they can guide you to like severing the connection that Mordremoth has over you. I mean, we've seen the power it has to control you. If we can sever that, I mean, I know Galatar can protect you from it, but I mean, if we can end it for good, no, we're behind you. I think.
Got your back.
This might be
Do
the
you guys
best
think
time.
it would work?
Do we
Like to
ever
find
fail?
out? Yeah, we've never.
Well, if
But
it
I mean-
doesn't work and I am yet again taken over, then I think you guys would be forced to do what you did last time or worse.
No, we put you in the demi-plane, and then tomorrow we wish it away. It's all fine.
Well, I can't just drop the protection that you have. That's not really the nature of the spell. It lasts the full 24 hours. I could attempt to dispel it, but it wouldn't be able to do that till tomorrow morning because I don't currently have that prepared. So
If the
you have some
child
time to
is
sleep on it.
willing, my shamans can remove this.
Oh,
Only if she is willing.
Would it make you more comfortable, like Alexa said, if you wait till, we've got our spells back? But I think you're strong enough to handle it, Kitri. I really do. I mean, it's not the first time you've gone toe-to-toe with Mordremoth's corruption.
if anyone can
No.
beat it, I think you can.
To answer your question directly, the Kaana says, if you reach out to the Thonad one and throw off his influence, you can then rest with confidence in your own strength.
Well, I think it's at least worth trying then.
She rears up her head, and there's this slight inflation of her throat, and there's this high-pitched, like a warbling croak. And then you hear it's echoed by several of the shaman that are around doing other things. They all kind of start moving in your direction, and several of them come to you, Kitri, and kind of like put their hands on your elbows and gently kind of lift you, indicating that they're gonna move you guys all to a different place. As you start to move, the Kaana reaches out and puts her hand on your shoulder, and it's a tiny little, like 3-fingered frog hand. But she rests it there just briefly and gently and says, "For my part, I give you Amayali's blessing." And she casts Bless on you. You add a D4 to your saves.
Sweet.
There is a brief moment as you guys are relocated and taken to, it's just another open space, but it's kind of away from the noise of things.
Is this happening like right now? I will.
A couple of bonfires are lit, and there are places to sit. And you guys are all kind of sitting in a circle, and yeah.
Oh, damn! This hero feast thing does all the things that I do. I hate it. I mean, is this something Kitri's gonna need hit points for? Like, is this something that could hurt her? Or is this something where maybe
Say, can this hurt her? So Chito is kind of walking alongside you and says, only in her mind, I believe.
okay. Cool.
Though, if she fails and proves unequal to the task, she could very well harm us. So be prepared.
Okay.
P3 won't fail.
I'll give her a bardic inspiration.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody have anything else they want to do?
I will pull down the hood of my cloak now.
Okay.
Yes. So
Call
Yeah.
has been
Oh,
here the
right.
whole
I've been
time.
invisible the whole
forgot.
time.
I
I've
didn't
been
know.
here
as,
the
as the village
whole
watched
time.
on as the arrows
I've
materialized
been
out of
here
Yeah.
nowhere,
Right.
I would say like they clocked what was going on. At some point after the battle, if you want to say that happened, or would you have just waited until now?
Just wait till now. Yeah.
Because like they can hear you walking around, like they could see your footprints in the water. We'll say they have just kept a very polite
Mm.
distance from you. Okay.
On the way over, Galata would want to say, Petri, I know we don't really have long to talk about it now. But for the reference, you could have told us where the Savari came from. It wouldn't have made us think any less of you. If you didn't tell us because it was your secret to keep, that's okay. But if you didn't tell us because you thought we would doubt you or not trust you, then you shouldn't be worried about that. Like Brina and Kola said earlier about all the other Savari, we think that even more so of you, that you're plenty strong and capable, and Mortermont does not control you. It's not anything less of you to be a Savari. Makes you incredibly strong in many ways.
Thank you. No, it was my secret to sort of keep, and also that knowledge. I guess as you've sort of seen today, having that knowledge become more widespread or recognized, I think would be very detrimental to all of the Sylvari. But I think despite that, we are all going to have to somehow prove ourselves anyways.
Yeah, just don't forget in this trial, whatever it holds, that you've used that draconic power in your own way to save other people. So, you've got this. You'll do just fine.
Little frog hands kind of lead you to your sitting space. Everybody sits down. The shamans start to do this deep, sort of reverberating throat singing, humming in a rhythm, and chanting. Miatli, the Kaana, begins kind of walking around, shaking like a rattle, and humming in tune with them, and occasionally stopping and gesturing in the air, and continues walking. It takes a little time, but eventually they are able to dispel the spell. And after sitting for...
I'll also say, like, while this is happening, Birdie will kind of start strumming gently on his lute, and all the while that Kitri's under will be performing a counter charm. Just in case
Okay.
this thing tries to
What does
charm
that
her
do?
somehow. You get during that time, you and any friendly creatures within 30 feet that you can hear gain advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed. So if this thing tried to charm
Advantage
her,
on saves.
yeah,
Okay.
advantage on saves. I know we already have one for, we can't be frightened, but charmed.
So
Can't-
I
advantage on-
have advantage against charmed.
Against being charmed, yeah. You also have the bardic inspiration die. I don't know what this thing's gonna do.
I have the advantage
Oh
against
well,
charmed.
fuck me, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I would say go
Or
ahead
is that
and do
from
that because
something else?
no, that's from your Sylvari
Oh, that's
ancestry.
yeah.
Was I
But it
supposed
doesn't
to be
count
rolling
here.
with advantage?
Doesn't work
Was I
here.
No, because it doesn't work against Mordramoth.
Counter charm then.
Because
Yeah.
you're,
Because
Okay.
he is that.
He is
you
that.
have advantage on it because he is protecting you from other people.
Right. He doesn't want
No.
others to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Technically,
So
it's the
I
pale tree that's protecting you, but it is still the same sort of source.
yeah.
He's kind of got the key to the back door, so to speak.
That Mordermoth's a complicated guy.
Yeah. I'll kick up the counter charm then, just in case she gets charmed
So you
or
have
something.
the D4 you can add, and you have advantage.
And the bardic
And
inspiration,
I have the
And bardic
bardic inspiration.
which is a D12.
All right. Do you sit quietly for a few moments? Somebody throws some incense in one of the flames, and as the scents and the sounds and the rhythms pass over and through you. You open your mind to the jungle. And almost immediately, you are found. And you hear in the back of your mind that reverberating voice. You are weak. Give in and find peace. You should make a charisma saving throw.
Is this
Okay,
against
so
being
my-
charmed?
It is, so you make it with
With
advantage, and
advantage,
you can add a
yeah.
d4.
My question is, okay, and then with the bardic inspiration, do I add that like after? Should I roll it just
Yeah,
with
you
it?
can add it after.
Yeah.
The-
you-
Yeah, you can
yeah.
wait.
Specifically, you can add it after you see the roll, but before knowing the outcome.
Okay, well here is with advantage, and then that's an 11 plus the d4. Here's the d4.
Come on.
That's
us
the
a good
4. So we're up to
Okay.
15, and
I
then
like
the
that.
d12, right?
D12, yeah.
Jesus.
That's a 7, so 22.
You hear this psychic suggestion, this telepathic message, and you feel the influence of the dragon coil around you like a serpent. And as it begins to tighten, you remember your friends, your family in the grove, Pale Mother, all the things you've been through, and you are able to push through. You get to catch your breath, and after a few more deep breaths, hear, "Foolish child, without me, the Silvari will cease to exist." And I need you to make another charisma saving throw.
Is this still
With-
charmed?
Still with advantage. Yeah, these are all being
And
charmed.
I, s-
Oh
and
my
I s-
god,
and
okay.
I still
Fuck.
have, but the so I and I
still
have
have
the
the
d4.
Not the
I don't
D12
have
though.
Well,
Okay.
as I see her struggling, can I bend her luck a little?
Yeah. Can you do that after you see her succeed or fail, or does it have to be before?
I.
Like, what's the
You can do
trigger for
so
that?
after the roll before any effects occur.
Okay.
So that
So
is a
20.
20 total.
Again,
Oh shit! I didn't
You-
roll the actual number.
feel this influence tightening about you, threatening to squeeze the breath out of you. But you are able to push through. You feel sweat break out, a cold sweat, all across your body. You feel the staff in your hands. And you remember Tally, your Silvari sibling, and all the good people that you have met in your travels, and the conversations you've had, the purposes that you have served and learned to serve in the world. And you are able to resist. A few more deep breaths. And you hear, with an almost petulant frustration, like a child who isn't getting his way. There never was a Kitri, never a Kaith, never a Fowlin. There was only Mordremoth. I created you, I sustain you. Without me, you wither and die. I need you to make
You
another.
never would have come up with any of us on your own.
I'd like to use a bonus action to inspire Kitri. The Mersat helm
Hell yeah.
lets me do that. It's a D6.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I have advantage on the save.
Yep.
17. And then it's plus the D4 and a D6.
Mm-hmm.
So plus
Oh,
9,
yeah.
so 27. Or 26.
26.
Oh yeah, Katri.
This time the coils pull tighter than ever before. And for a brief moment, you get the sense that there is not only an anger, but something bordering on desperation in that voice, and you seize on that momentary weakness. You give him your response, and as you pull away from his psychic grasp, you hear him shout telepathically, "No, I am the only possible victor. Become a part of me and endure, or fall forever into oblivion." But even as he says it, the voice fades and is silenced. And you open your eyes suddenly, as though the sensation is like you are coming up out of the water, having been submerged for a long time, taking your first full breath in what seems like maybe your life. The chanting kind of reaches a fever pitch and then stops. The Kaana, with her shaker, gives one final rattle and then puts it in her belt. Walks slowly up to you as you look around the circle, puts a hand on either of your shoulders and says, "There you are, child. You are free. I no longer sense the presence of the Thorned One. What hold he had over your mind, you have broken. Now you know. Within you is the power to resist him." She kind of turns her attention to the rest of you generally, and with one hand gestures, saying, "You have ended a great threat to our village today. And you, jungle child, have freed yourself from the grasp of the Thorned One. Miatli has indeed gifted us with your presence. It is only right we provide an equal gift in return. As the prophet foretold, you must take this totem." And she takes her crown, her golden diadem.
Oh my god, I think we're their god. He like whispers to Brina.
Kneels
He's
down
like,
a little bit in front of you, like squats down, and offers it to you, kind of bowing her head, and says, "My people will guide you and your soldier warriors to a safe haven. Present this to its guardians, and you will be treated with honor. Tell them Kaana Miatli of the people of Jaka Itzel would give you aid to fight the Thorned One, and they shall treat you as though you are part of our tribe."
Thank
She kind
you.
of stands,
Thank
and
you
the
very much.
other little frogs all cheer and clap. The little shamans, some of them are pretty old, they're hunched over and clapping, and it's a moment of great joy. Give me one sec. You now have the item Miatli's Tear.
Okay.
What does that do?
So you have not identified it.
Ooh.
You can identify it yourself if you sit with it for an hour, or you can give it to somebody with the identify spell. Either way.
I mean, we're staying here for like the evening / the night, whatever.
Yeah, it's dark
Right.
now, and it is dangerous to travel the jungle at night.
Yeah. She'll just spend an hour focused on it herself then.
Oh, Alexa, should we message
Literally.
Soulkeeper?
Yes, I was literally thinking about that as we come a little downtime here.
Yeah.
I will give Almora a buzz and just say, how's everything? We've found the last Pact soldiers with some frog people and a giant jungle worm.
A couple seconds go by and you hear, "Oh, okay. I hope you're all safe. We're bivouacked for the night. Pretty secure. See you tomorrow?"
Send again. Yes, everyone's fine. We have secured more allies and safe passage. We'll rendezvous tomorrow.
A couple seconds pass and you hear, "More survivors. Good. Safe passage. Intriguing. I look forward to seeing you all. Be safe." All right. If there's anything you wish to accomplish tonight in the village, you may.
So
Otherwise-
is the thing Kitri got like a crown kind of thing?
And it's
like
like
a-
a
a head-
like a circlet. It's
Tiara.
so it's like a tiara. It's got little bits to like stick. So it's just the front of your head. I don't think it goes all the way
Right.
around.
I
Right.
got a fucking crown, Bertie.
Do you
I
think?
was-
I will say like. Birdie at some point as they kind of like gather around in private, like, so are you like the like ruler now? Like, are you in charge of them?
I don't think so. I don't want
I mean,
to
they
be in
gave you a
charge of them
crown
either.
though. Like that seems
I
pretty.
think that this is
certain.
probably something else to them. I have a feeling it has something to do with like the people they're sending us to. You know, why would they
think
give
you're
it to
gonna be
us to
their
like show?
ruler?
No.
Could I be
Whoever
their
this
ruler?
is that they're sending us to, they clearly have a lot of respect for. You can ask, I guess, if you want. Maybe
I
it's
mean,
a
like, here's the-
democracy.
here's the
Maybe
thing,
they'll
here's
vote
the
you
thing.
in as a monarch.
Like, if this is the crown to the other people, and I just show up with it, they're gonna assume I'm the king, right? Like, I mean, that's just how these things go.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that you're not a frog, so they might be a bit suspicious that, you know.
I could work
a
on the
human
disguise. Birdie
has
kind of
shown
starts
up.
digging around in his kits, and he's like got like a little green face paints. Like, I don't know, maybe like it could work.
Green
I mean,
face
you
I
aren't
feel like I've
frogs,
always
you're
been
not-
meant to rule,
Green
you know.
You're not
I
far
even felt
from
like
their
called like a
height.
vocation. I feel like I could be
What?
king.
I
What?
really thought you enjoyed singing.
Or, like,
Singing
playing
is
the
good, and
flute.
I maybe. What would they call me? Birdie the Bard King. Wow,
So
could you imagine?
kind of what you're doing
Or
right
what
now,
if
but
it was
more.
instead Bard King Bertie?
Ooh.
Oh, that's his bet.
I like it. I like it. Birdie just pulls out of his inventory in his bag. He carries it with him everywhere. His like King of the Bards wooden crown,
No.
and just like puts it on his head. Like, yeah, one day.
Two.
You have to have dreams.
I'd be benevolent to most.
There's the best boy.
People would adore me.
People do adore you.
Yeah, you've already
They
got
d-
that.
I know. Could you imagine if they
quietly.
adored me more? It's impossible, but yet tantalizing to think about. All right. Well done, Kitri. Yeah.
Thanks. You know that crown looks really good on you.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's what color? Does it have like a gem in it or something?
It is incredibly intricate gold construction with a big emerald.
Mm.
Oh
Like a-
no,
like a
green's not my color.
oval-
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not bad. I wouldn't, but honestly, yeah, that one seemed. They did give it to you, so if I get jealous, I'll just like, don't worry about it.
No, we could probably get one made that looks just like it.
Yeah,
Better yet,
Probably.
we could get you made an even better crown. Like, I think you need a different gemstone. I think you need more gemstones. And you need some sort of like gold leaf, like sage woven in there.
Oh yeah, now we're cooking. Yeah.
Don't worry, you'll get a crown.
No,
You'll get a
no,
real
I
crown.
know, I know. Like one day I'll have a real one. It's just like, you know, it's hard to accept it when other people get crowns. You know, I guess I'm just a little jealous.
Kind of hovering on the periphery of this conversation, there is a young Itzel shaman who, passing by doing something else, or like carrying some food to someone, stops and
Who
says,
hears this?
You know of the golden sage?
What?
Have you spoken to them?
Oh my.
The who now?
We thought you did not know of this place.
What? This...
The hidden city where we lead you. The golden
No,
sages that
He
guard it.
means a plant.
Oh no,
An herb.
no.
Oh,
He smokes
yeah.
it, I think.
I'm sorry,
Well, it's-
I misunderstood.
Eats it. Bathes in it. I don't really know.
Certain herbs can be very beneficial to the skin.
Right? That's what I tell it. Look at. If you look under the fur, it's dry. It is dry as a bone skin. And I've told her, moisturize,
supposed to be
moisturize,
dry.
moisturize. But
It is
I just-
strange
I'm not
to see
getting
someone
through.
with such coating on the outside. We are not used to seeing your kind here.
well, I kind of put.
Maybe
I
that's
kind of
probably
lather.
good for you.
Strange.
Oh. Oh.
Pretty good job.
Yeah. I moisturize.
You look good. You look good.
Anyways, I was just thinking. I don't know. I was just sitting here thinking, like, honestly, I was just kind of surprised of all of us that I was not the one who got the crown first. Like, I just kind of assumed if any of us got a crown. And I know I got the Bard King crown, but
Just buy a crown. I mean, we have
I feel like
ridiculous
you
amounts
can't
of
just buy a
gold.
crown, Kala.
I'm
It
pretty
has to
sure
be
you
presented.
Pretty sure.
No.
yeah.
Should I even
No.
get to keep
No.
this one, Bertie? I feel like I need to like
Kind
take
of a
it to these
loner.
people and maybe like they said that the golden sages.
Well,
Maybe they
maybe
like
they'll just
want
forget
this.
they
Maybe
got
this
it.
is their
I don't
crown,
know.
and now I have to like bring it back. So like, I don't know. I don't.
I just like I
this is
honestly
they
I just know
just
I'm
told us where they
and
were
I'm
taking
happy
us,
for
and we
you,
don't
I'm
even know
happy
where
for
it
This
you.
is.
young
I-
shaman's just kind of looking at you guys wide-eyed, like totally confused.
I just really thought if of all of us, and I know this is not a knock against anybody, but putting the bets down at the beginning, who would have gotten a crown first? I thought it would be me, you know?
Honestly, my
Prophet
money was kind of on
foretold
Kala.
The prophets foretold that the child of the Thorned One would come, and we would present them with this token.
Yeah.
You're not
which prophet
thorny.
was this? Which
You're just
one?
horny.
The golden
Oh,
sages.
that was good.
Maybe it was a mistranslation. Maybe
They
they
are
get the crown.
students of a great prophet.
Prophets
so
are
I am
always just
told.
really vague.
Yeah.
Anything fits the prophecy.
I don't know.
Looks
There are some very
sultry up
powerful
and down.
divination magics.
It seems pretty accurate to me.
True.
You did not say you would be pink, though. That was
Ah.
unexpected.
Probably didn't
You know,
expect a
we
bunch of
kinda-
assholes
we,
to
we
come
kind
on
of get
too.
to pick. You get to kind of
That's
pick.
fair.
If I tried hard enough, you know, give it several weeks, I could probably make myself like.
You get
teal
to
or
pick?
something.
I mean, this
What?
is
This
the
would be
first
very
one.
You get to
useful.
pick colors?
Wait, Silvari can do this?
We can change our appearance somewhat.
No.
It takes a long time. It's not.
What?
It's not
Well,
an
now
immediate.
Birdie's
I
really
have to
gonna
s-
hate
it's-
Oh.
I've obviously looked the same this whole time.
Yeah, but you could have been like teal.
Clearly,
Purple.
are you guys
Blue?
complaining to me about how I
Green?
look?
No, I'm just
No, I'm just trying to
curious.
understand you.
It's
Something
fascinating.
like
There's been a
honestly,
lot of
the-
revelations in a really
like the
short
color
span
of your
time.
eyes. There's like other choice. What?
Arthi, if you were a Sylvari, which color would you be?
Oh, pink, obviously.
Oh, so the crown wasn't meant for you anyway.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, it'd probably go better with like my outfit, you know. I'd be doing like actually like monochrome's like really in right now, so
I have no
But
clue.
honestly,
Birdie's still
I-
in his latex suit.
no, he had changed out of it.
Something more tasteful.
Something more tasteful. It's like it's
Less-
a tasteful kimono. It's not quite as revealing, but it is like kind of like a dull pink with kind of like some woodland vibes.
Like
to
low
it.
thigh instead of high thigh.
Low thigh, yeah.
You think Birdie
The
ever
insoles
goes
are
past
barely
mid-thigh?
covered, so.
Right?
Birdie always is showing me at least, you know. Yeah. Anyways, this no, really though, you did well, Kitri. I'm glad you're not gonna turn dragon mode on us anymore. That's big.
Me too. That feels nice.
Yeah, it's gotta be like freeing, right?
Yeah. It does.
Yeah, how are you doing? What was it like to tell Mordramont to suck it?
Yeah.
I mean, he's always just been very, full of himself, I guess. So, I mean, true to
I hate
himself,
those
he
kinds of
was that
people.
until, but just much more of, attributing, I guess, other people's successes to, himself.
Mm.
I mean, that's, even, it's a bit of a stretch.
Hmm.
Just kind of short-sighted. I think in the overall scheme, but he definitely didn't count on the pale tree becoming the pale tree. So
It is pretty ironic that the creatures he supposedly spawned may not be the very ones to finish him off.
Seems right. Seems the only way that the whole world stays in balance.
That's true. Speaking of which, I know that you're opposed to telling everybody where the Sylvari come from, but I think at this point it's probably better to be honest with people after everything that's happened.
Oh, I mean, I feel like the cat's out of the bag at some
Like, people
level,
know the
right?
Sylvari were easily corrupted
You know,
by
Birdie's
him. They
gonna
don't know
write a song
why,
about
but
it.
I think that maybe we should talk to Traherne about this. I feel kind of bad about. Oh no, Traherne's. Oh, forgot about that.
Well,
one.
we're gonna get him
well,
back.
he's
We'll
currently
talk
getting
to him.
dragged through the
Well,
forest.
at
I
the
think
also,
that's some time.
I would just want to talk to maybe Cave or someone. I don't know. I feel like this is the kind of information that even after today, even if it is better to sort of come clean and be honest, it still seems like the Pact is in a very fragile state, and I don't want to give
Yeah.
any of the other soldiers any sort of reason to further undermine all of our efforts by coming after Sylvari. I just think it needs to be shared, but I think it needs to be given some thought
Yeah,
in how
and
we do that.
a
Maybe,
Sylvari decision for sure.
Maybe we wait until after we ward them
And also,
off,
this is
you know?
something that most other Sylvari, I mean, literally all other Sylvari, don't know about themselves. So, who knows how they could take this information?
Yeah.
Some people might not be very happy.
You know,
think it's
if
a-
you need me to, I'm happy to write a catchy jingle or something for it. I know that kind of helps smooth things over sometimes with people and get the information out there. But I won't do it unless you want me to.
Hear that
Speaking
part
of
nice and
other
strong.
Sylvari, do we know? Did this only happen in the jungle? Was it everybody everywhere?
I
All
don't
at
think we've
once.
heard yet.
I could ask Kolinar?
He's been out of the tower.
Oh shit!
Oh
you're
yeah,
right.
that's
He
true.
doesn't
He's
do
probably
that a lot.
been in his other plane all day.
I can ask.
Oh, Tally.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's a good call.
The only Sylvari I can think of that we know.
I was trying to think of our bar.
We
hand.
could also
I forgot
we
his
could
name.
Oh,
we could talk
Tim.
to Cave.
Tim.
Oh yeah, Kate's in the actually in the grove trying to stop it from spreading to other Sylvari, right?
That sounds like the best
Yeah.
choice. I will send in Kate. And just ask, how is everything? Is everyone all right there? Are all the Sylvari okay?
A couple of seconds pass and you hear, Alexa, yes, for the most part. We've had troubling visions? Sensations. Something's happened with the jungle dragon. We're having some hard discussions, but we're all right.
I'll just relay that to Keytree, the group.
Would you mind sending her like one more
Absolutely.
message? Can you just say something like, Trollskull 6, maybe, do we have an abbreviation for ourselves? But I don't know, I'm
TS6.
trying
Yeah.
to...
Just say the asshole. She'll know who you're talking about.
TS6. Just say, the Trollskull 6 know the secret, Sylvari here could be turned. Please advise. I don't know. I don't know what she's gonna say.
I'll just let her know that we all know all the secret, but we'll keep it quiet. And after Mordermoth goes down, we'll figure it out.
I think that sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll send her again. We know the secret connection, but keeping it secret, we will figure it out after Mordermoth's death.
A long couple of seconds pass. Here. Yes. Don Velasquez was slain. I've spoken with the Master of Whispers. The cat, it seems, is out of the bag. Talking about that now, here. Follow your
Oh.
heart.
So it's already out. We're late to the party, it seems.
Yeah. What's done is done. Guess all we can do now is kill Mordermoth and start to try and ease some of this divide.
Who did you say was killed, Ryan? Sorry.
Dorn Velasquez, the Lightbringer from the Order of Whispers.
He was so cool too.
Yeah.
part of the triumvirate that lead the main orders of Tyria in the Pact.
Was he in the Pact forces that made the Long March, or was he elsewhere? Did they ever tell us when
He-
they went
he
over
was in
battle
the
plans?
Yeah,
Okay.
you guys would have known. He was among those in the jungle.
I mean, he appeared out of nowhere the first time like a badass.
That dude was so cool.
And he was on our. He took our backs too for our reckless behavior.
I know, I really like that guy.
Oh well.
Why couldn't it have been Ellen Keel that fell in battle?
Oh.
Hey.
Oh, she's not even here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's just
where
like a
is she?
local cop.
She's literally a cop.
He's just wishing death for a local cop.
You literally
Damn.
Oh,
put
I'm
Chef
wishing
Jared
more
and Jeff
death on a
Wallace
local
the front
cop
lines.
than on the cool ass guy
Honestly,
that took
we
our side.
outrank her at this point. Like,
Kinda. But not really.
Alright, I
But
know-
also
I know
not?
this
Yeah,
may-
also
Yeah,
we're
so
criminals.
our power is
Not
very
in the city,
limited.
but in the Pact, yes.
Yeah,
Stand
In
just
the,
outside the city gates. We can tell her to go fuck herself, but
kind of.
Wait, so
the moment we
okay.
walk in.
No poor form.
So the information about the dragon is the cat, not the actual dragon. I understood that correctly, right?
Yes. Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
there's a
The
cat.
information
Yes.
about the Sylvari.
Okay, yeah. I mean, no, I don't think this will be crass, but I mean, like something along the lines of like, do you know Sylvari? They're not bad, even though the jungle dragon is their dad. Hey, like something.
He's
alright.
working on that.
Maybe we
That's-
workshop
You gotta do
it.
better than that.
Look,
Maybe
I'm
we
saying it's like a first
workshop
swing.
it.
It's like a proof of concept to show that like
No.
jingles can work. It's catchy, you know, and it would just show like that we're still pro Sylvari, you know.
I've heard you
There's
play like
got to be
10-minute
better
ballads.
angle.
That was bad.
Look, they don't
Maybe we
come
bring
to
back
me
that
in a
song
moment. Like
from-
it's a writing process, okay? Like this is where it starts. It starts with a single line.
Maybe we bring back that song from the last dragon. That was
Oh,
a good.
that was
that was a good one.
Yeah, can you just reword that, Bertie?
No.
Oh, I don't even say reword. I'm just like, what if we just sing it and then everyone's happy again?
Just one more.
We can
Do
try.
that one again.
One
I'm
more
just saying,
time.
if we need a song to show support for the Sylvari, I'm here. Okay, that's all I'm
You're
saying.
the first person we would call.
Yeah,
If we
us-
needed a propaganda song to reinstate the value of Sylvari amongst society.
Thank you. Brina gets it.
You're
Thank you.
So
Thank you.
welcome. It's such a niche market, but
An underappreciated market these days.
yeah.
It's hard work as a bard. It's a tough industry.
Well, should we try and get some rest tonight? It seems like we're going to be very busy tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd argue the best PR for the Sylvari is we
Yeah,
kill the dragon.
I think that would also be.
I think
wise.
Kitroi killing the dragon, peak Sylvari promo. So, you know, Kala, don't kill him outright. I know you could do like 2 shots, he's dead. Just like 1 shot, wait. Okay, just
Maybe
give her
one
a
and a
chance.
half.
Also, Galatar would want to ask the what do they call it again? The
Itzel. Itzel.
Itzel. How far is the dragons there? So if we go to the place you're taking us tomorrow, is it another day from there, or is it a couple days?
Depending on the speed at which your warriors can travel, it could take several days to reach the hidden city. From there, it is at least 1 more day south to reach the dragon's stand.
Okay, so this is not looking so good for Terhart.
He's pretty tough, though. I mean, I think
Well, they
if
gotta
anybody can
transport
resist for
him.
that long, it's him. You know, they have to
Well,
take him back
that's
as
true.
well, and
But I don't know where they're transporting him to.
But
They
they
could
also
have a
probably don't
outpost
sleep
closer.
or have to stop, and they also have the
Yeah.
best optimal route.
I mean,
Wow,
he's,
you
he's a
started
big
out
dog.
really hopeful and got really depressing.
He's a
Sorry.
big dog, though. They'll take him to the lair, I bet.
Yeah, just a week plus is a long time to have to resist that corruption. Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Nothing. I mean, we can't rush the army.
He has to be one of the strongest willed, though.
yeah.
I just don't want to lose him on top of everything else. He's the perfect person to help bridge some of these gaps.
I mean, I think you're putting someone else down. I look over at Kitri.
Well, I mean,
Literally
like
wearing a crown.
Kitri's a hero, but Trahern is like literally the head of the Pact forces, guys. Okay, like literally our direct boss.
I think
I
you're
don't
putting
think
all your
he's
eggs in the
quite. I'm
basket.
not quite as maybe socially adept or eloquent as him.
Well, that was before you got a crown, Kitri. He doesn't
You
have
think
one,
that
so
you
Oh.
think this is gonna help? You think
Oh,
this
yeah.
this is gonna
Oh,
make
yeah.
it better?
You can rise
Yeah.
to any occasion.
Also, not that we've been
honestly.
sitting here a while, do you know what it does? Does it make you more charismatic?
Fucking gnawing at Galatar.
Fucking gnawing at me! I
His
just
leg
want to
has
know.
been jiggling the past hour.
He's just-
I've just been here patiently waiting through roleplay. I want to know mechanics, damn it.
What do you mean? Does it do something? She looks gorgeous.
Yeah. It's tasteful.
It's
Respectable.
tasteful. Yeah.
Has it been an hour? I guess like.
So the
It's been
Itzel
15
shaman
minutes.
that's sitting there with you, as Kitri sits
Oh,
and
shit. He's
runs
still
her hands over this, and he's just been like standing there eavesdropping,
Wait,
just
oh,
watching
fuck.
you guys wide-eyed,
Dude, I know. I love
absolutely
NPCs.
bewildered by your interactions with each other. And he says,
Oh, they're the best.
"That is the tear of Amayali. In ages long ago, when the spirits still walked the world, the first time the Honored One assaulted the jungle, Amayali wept. The first Itzel collected her tear and passed it down from Kaana to Kaana over the generations. In a time of great darkness, we found our way to the hidden city. Its guardians did not understand who we were. There was much tension until one of our people befriended their leader. Once an alliance was formed as a gesture of peace, they offered to craft this vessel to hold the tear of Amayali. They who wear the tear connect with Amayali on a deep level and become protectors of the jungle themselves, channeling Amayali's will through themselves. And Keitra, yes, after an hour you do learn what this item is and what it does.
I already looked it up and added it, so.
Yep. It requires attunement by a druid.
It
Yeah.
contains
Well,
6
that'll do it,
ninth
yeah.
level spell slots.
I will
Lets you
multitask.
cast Wish on command whenever you'd like.
Suffering no LOL. No ill effects.
Yeah. You can become a Mozart 10 times your usual size and do 20d12 damage.
You are Mordremoth.
Congratulations, you are Mortimer.
So it grants you the speech of beast and leaf.
Ooh.
You have the ability
Leaf?
to talk in a sort of limited way with beasts and plants. They can understand what you say, but you don't necessarily understand what they say in return because they don't really speak. But they get the gist of what you're asking them or saying to them. You also have
Cast
advantage.
Speak with plants.
Yeah, you have advantage on charisma checks to influence beasts and plants.
Oh,
Mm.
you are more charismatic.
It has a
Just
feature
ever
called
so slightly.
One with the Land. So creatures of the natural world sense your connection to nature and are hesitant to attack you.
Ooh.
When a beast or plant type creature tries to
Ooh.
attack you, they have to make a wisdom save against your druid spell save DC. And if they fail, they have to choose a different target or the attack automatically misses.
So if it's just Keitri and Birdie and they've got low charisma and low whatever else, they're just never gonna hit.
Well, if they succeed, they're immune to it for 24 hours.
Oh. Still super cool.
And it's aware of the effect, like it can sense this connection before it attacks.
Mm.
You can also cast with the One with the Land feature, you can cast Commune with Nature as a ritual, even if you don't have it prepared.
Hmm. That's pretty cool.
I like that spell. That's a fun spell.
Yeah. The final feature is Dominion of Root and Vine.
These all have super cool names.
Thank you.
I'm a big fan.
It has 10 charges. It gains 1d8 plus 2 after you finish a long rest.
Damn.
Ooh.
Max charge possible.
As an action, you can expend one or more of the charges to cast one of the following spells: Entangle, Spike Growth,
Ooh.
plant growth, grasping vine, wrath of nature, or wall of thorns.
That sounds
Those are
cool.
all fucking great spells.
I love just the
Like all
nature
the plant spells.
themedness of this item. This is super
Yeah,
fun.
it's the channeling of the great forest spirit.
That's pretty cool.
Also, I already know what I'm going to unattune to attune to this. Unfortunately, the what is it? The amulet of elemental attunement
Oh.
I thought you might.
is what I'm gonna. It doesn't have quite the like, I guess, like usability. Like it's the other ones
It's
are much
neat.
more like. Yes.
Is that the other like spell store one that you had?
So I
not
have
spell
two
storing.
spell store ones.
Or
But
sorry,
the-
like you can
the-
cast spells from it with charges.
I can cast like Flaming Sphere, Wall of Water, Warding Wind, and Pillar of Stone.
Hmm. Okay.
The thing that I really wanted to keep was the Necklace of Prayer Beads.
Mm-hmm.
because
Oh, that's the one I
what-
was thinking of.
That's what lets me cast like Greater Restoration or Bless. It's
Hmm.
just got a bit more utility when it comes to like helping people out,
For sure.
as opposed to being like, here's a ball of fire.
What's the other
Hmm.
thing you're attuned to?
The Torque of the Maguba Enclave.
That's right. That lets you talk
Which-
in beast form.
Stone
Oh,
of Whispering.
Mm-hmm.
of course, our Stone of Whispering is very important.
You just have so much cool stuff.
That's
We
we need a fourth
do.
attunement slot. Can we just house rule a fourth attunement slot?
Everyone
or-
just gets a little bit of Artificer.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, if we go and spend some time with the Asura, we should. Like, it should just be a thing that happens.
Maybe get some kind of greater blessing if you do something really cool for them. Who knows?
Yeah, but they, I think, out of all the races, hate us the most. They just call us stupid a lot.
They call
Well,
everyone stupid.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a term
that's
of
kind of the
endearment.
problem. Was it?
It's, I mean, I know you're not stupid, Gally. You're
Yeah,
not a
thank you,
buka to
Alexa.
me.
You're not a buka to me.
That's sweet. I wish I wasn't a buka to every other Asura every time we're there, but it's also like the way they talk to you, because they're not just like, "Oh, you're stupid." They're like, "Oh, you poor stupid simpleton. You'll never understand how stupid you are." That's
Yeah,
okay.
they keep telling
And
me
the
that.
greater majority of people, they won't. It's like a math.
D&D racism.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as fun as real racism.
Mm.
That's a joke. Joke.
Yeah,
Hey, recording. That's a joke.
for our millions of followers.
To all my loyal fans. My cancellation begins
Looking
now.
at all of our pasty white faces.
Damn, that was
I-
brutal.
We're the Anglo-Irish club here.
Yeah, my ass literally
Which is
can't tan,
inferior.
so this is how it is always at
I
best.
tan really well, but I'm still pretty white.
Okay.
Yeah, at least, whatever. Cool.
Hashtag before I got canceled.
So,
Just kidding.
Oh.
yes.
I did want to ask while we were here, the I for some reason cannot get these names right. Kawato, is that her title? The
So I'll put it
Awana.
in.
Awana?
Or Kana.
Foundry.
Kana? Okay. Sorry, I know I
So-
keep
so-
butchering these.
Kana is her title, and
Yes.
it's kind of like it doesn't have an apostrophe between the A's, but it's kind of like Hawaii. It's Kaana,
Kaana.
and her name is Miatli. So I put that in Foundry.
So Kaana Miatli. Okay. I wanted to ask about the seed that I had received from the forest spirit previously, just to see if she would know anything about it, because she seems so knowledgeable about like Kitri and this great forest, and she seems very in tune with kind of natural things. I think Galatar, because it's been in his pack with him on this trip, would take it out and just ask, I received this from a sort of a forest spirit. It was nowhere near here, but you seem very knowledgeable about these things, and I was wondering if perhaps you might be able to tell me something more about it.
She takes it and kind of rubs both of her three-fingered hands over it for a moment. Gives it a smell. Gives it a solid like inspection. Gets some pond water in a hand and kind of rubs it over it. Hands it back to you eventually, saying, "It is very strange. That is a seed from a great tree from the Twilight Lands. We don't usually see them here in the Maguma. How did you come by this?"
The Twilight Lands? Is this like a? Would this be like a different? I think I would call it a plane. I don't
It
know
is
what
a
you would
world
call
like
it.
our own that exists in the shadows of the trees.
Okay. I
The
found
place
this.
behind the waterfall.
Is there like a spot around here that you're able to access a place? Is there like a specific area where you
No.
find it easy to enter? No.
Not regularly, no. It is not unheard of that someone disappear and reappear days or weeks later even, having spent some time in the Twilight Lands. But they are dangerous, and we do not willingly seek them out.
I think that is what happened to me. I found myself randomly teleported to a strange place. I was in like a bathing pool, and I went under the water and emerged in like a tiny little watering hole somewhere I had never seen. Well, it was the same place, but very different.
Yes, everything in the Twilight Lands is very similar to what you see around you here. But it is a world unspoilt by civilization. It is all ancient and natural.
Yes, one of the creatures there, a woman-like, but sort of like a Sivari, I guess, but a little different. She was among the trees, and I was trying to examine one of the plants and take it for study. And she stopped me, but she gave me the seed that I might grow my own. So I have been hesitant to plant it because I do not know much about planting. Like I know about the biology of plants, but not so much about the actual caring of them. But I just was curious if you knew more because I would like to plant it, but I wasn't sure.
It kind of gives her pause for a moment. She says, "It sounds like you met a creature we call Seon, the shepherd of the tree."
Tree shepherd.
Yes, they are guardian spirits of groves and sacred trees. I would not plant this here. I would be too afraid it would call undue attention to a place we try very hard to conceal.
Of course, sorry. I didn't mean to make you think I was going to plant this tree here on your property or anything.
My mistake. There were your people, many, many years ago, that traveled deep into the heart of the Maguma to study its mysteries. They called themselves Druid. They knew more of the Twilight Lands. Unfortunately, I do not think they exist anymore. We have not seen them for many generations.
Do you think your golden sages would know more of these Twilight Lands? Would it be insulting to them if I ask?
No, if anyone would, it would be them. And they are, if nothing else, seekers and stewards of knowledge.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you taking a look at this. You've been incredibly helpful.
One gift for another, Miatli provides.
Thank you very much. Call me a pleasure.
He's just kind of like sitting here with us still.
At
Or
this
is
point,
he-
the
like-
other one has kind of moved away.
Okay,
But you see
okay.
him like around.
Yeah, okay. I'd like to go up to him at some point,
Okay.
briefly afterwards, and I just kind of like saunter up. So, hi. Um, so like, just to be clear, there's no like golden sage, right? Like plant-wise, right?
Well, no, gold is a metal. It does not grow.
Right. Well, there's goldenrod, honey. Maybe golden sage.
I do not know of any sage with golden color.
Do you know where like? Do you all have like? I hate to put it delicately, but like the good sage, like little puff sage, maybe. Something to clear the energies.
We have
Frog
ritual
drugs.
herbs that we
You can just
burn
lick him.
in our flames.
Oh, could I have some of that? See, for me, sage is one of those, right? I don't know about whether you all use it as such, but if you all have some spare ritual herbs that I could perhaps take home and use, because I'm
Reaches down into a little, like, tiny leather pouch he's got.
Yeah.
Pulls out a handful of buds, and it just offers them, like, we use these to quiet our minds. You are welcome to them.
Well, thank you. Yeah, that's great.
Yes,
I'll
you-
take this.
3 doses of dream leaf.
All right, that's my guy.
Like our
Jonesing
terrible-
for this dream leaf here. Gotta keep your mind sharp.
Honestly, would have golden sage would have been better, but
You gotta.
what's it called? Dreamleaf? Is that an actual
Dream leaf.
thing? Or
I
is
don't
it
think
a
it's an
custom
item in D&D Beyond,
Okay.
yeah. You just put it in your inventory as a custom thing out.
Yeah.
Put it there as drugs. Don't worry about it.
Drugs, yo.
Drugs.
It's a
And
drug
We've
machine.
already done this, but could we take a bio break? I really got pee.
That would actually be
Absolutely.
a choice.
I feel like this might be a good stopping, like, not stopping, pause point. Pause point.
Corky.
Yeah, we'll pause. We won't go too much longer tonight, but we'll go ahead and pause and take a bio break. Alright. So you guys get a long rest in the village. You've been the
Yes.
greatest threat within quite some distance. It's up to you if any of you
Smash
stay
that
awake and
rest.
keep watch.
Yeah, I would want to set a watch.
Regardless, any of you who stay on watch this night, you notice that there are there's a little more activity at night than you thought there would be, but it's quiet. People try deliberately not to make a lot of noise, and they're not doing heavy tasks like fishing or moving noisy objects. It's mostly walking around. Some people like making or mending things by campfire light, clusters of small people talking, preparations for the next day that can be made inside the huts, and things like that. And there's this sort of ever-present sound of these waterfalls in the background. It's not terribly loud, but it does help kind of muffle things. As you're sort of shown around the village, it is revealed that kind of hidden within the canopy are yet more, not so much huts as platforms where the frogs can climb up hidden ladders that are thrown down or otherwise obscured, and they can sleep higher above the canopy or the forest floor for protection. But nothing untoward happens. No one tries to rifle through your things here. And the next day dawns, and you are all refreshed, hit points recovered, up to half your hit dice, all your spell slots, all that good stuff.
And that morning when we go to do breakfast, I'm gonna use Wish to go ahead and do a hero's feast for us. Just so that we can go ahead and have that set again.
Okay.
Well, and just to we're still like several days out from the dragon, right?
Yes.
Okay. Still nice to have though.
And 2d10 hit points. Everybody gets 7 extra max hit points for the day in case we need it.
7 added to the hit point max.
Yes.
Just in case we need it. We probably won't fight today, but
Yeah, still.
Good to be in the habit. I'll give this
Yeah.
one this end of the night so we can
Perfect.
have it on the at night cycle.
yeah, I just knew you weren't able to set it yesterday, so I was like, oh, I'll go ahead just in case. Seems like a lot of poison in this jungle.
So preparations are made. A pretty good size, like 2 or 3 groups with about a dozen scouts in each are assigned to you. One of them heads out immediately to sort of track the path along which you came. One kind of splits into smaller groups on either side of you, and then a third hangs back to follow the rear. As you guys kind of make your way back with the captured Pact soldiers back towards General Elmora and the rest of your forces. And you find that with the Itzel as your guide, sometimes you're taken off the path of your tracks, and then after half hour to 45 minutes, you find yourself coming upon your tracks again in a different location, and you realize you are being taken by secret paths in a more efficient route to get back to where you're trying to get to. So it doesn't take quite as long to get back to the Pact as it did to get out here.
Yeah,
So a little after midday,
that's awesome.
you find yourselves back in this river valley that you'd kind of come through. You hear the sounds of horns being blown, at first in alarm and then in greeting. You see that like some of the Itzel had made themselves visible and then stood back and not, like deliberately not drawn weapons, not provoked, and stood visible to let people see them and let them know that they were deliberately being seen, as the 4 scouting party waits for you and your escorts to catch up. And eventually, you are escorted into camp at the top of what looks like a large stone bluff that kind of juts a little bit above the forest canopy. And there's like a little switchback trail behind it that leads up. It's a fairly well defensible position, and on top there's not quite room for the entire Pact. You see there's like a small bivouac at the bottom with most of the siege engines that can't make it up the hill. Some pretty burly looking Char and Norn. A couple of caster types that you recognize from working with the Priory that are pretty formidable and known to be good in a scrap, that have been stationed down here at the base. The rear guard of the Itzel remain down at the bottom of the hill. The scouting party sort of vanishes off into the trees, but your escort goes with you. And eventually you are shown to the top of the bluff and to the tent where General Soulkeeper is currently holding court around a makeshift table of like a couple of crates and a sheaf of parchment that's going to be kind of rolled around, and people sketching out where they've come from so far, some general numbers on how many survivors they found, where they came from, the lands they've covered, how many ships they lost, and all that sort of thing. And as you guys enter in, Almora turns to you all. Oh, goodness gracious. I'm glad you're alive. That's one less thing to worry about. We have an idea of which direction they headed with Traherne. We've sent some people out to scout for them, but I hear that you've come back to us with some extra company. What are these creatures?
They are really friendly.
Yeah, they're kind of like that little frog people, kind
They call
of.
themselves the Itzel. They have a secreted village nearby and have offered assistance since we slew the dragon champion so that they didn't sacrifice people to it.
Taking out another champion.
I know we were told there was no champion, and then this guy was a champion. I'm
So
actually
it
a little
turns out
angry about this
Bad guys
champion.
lie. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
uncomfortable.
I thought the dead people didn't lie, but
Oh, they
apparently...
can if they recognize you. I should have changed my face or something. That was
Champion
my
is
fault.
also a loose word. It can mean a lot of things.
Did we
it's
fucking
just a
stay
big
up?
worm.
Glad to hear
That's
you dealt
true.
a blow to Mordremoth. Any strike against the enemy is a boon to us.
Oh, yeah, also, these, the Itzel helped Kitri to, free herself from Rogermont's influence completely. Which may be helpful to some of our other forces if there are key people that we need to have undergo the same trials they did, assuming they can be as mentally strong as Kitri.
At that point, Steward Gix says, yes, well, we've been dealing with that situation since you left. Obviously, you saw the state things were in. I suppose you've explained to them your unique situation, my dear. And he looks at Kitri.
Sorry. Say what? I was
I
looking
assume...
at the sad. Yes, go ahead.
So Steward Gix of the Dermot Priory says, I assume you've explained to them your unique situation, my dear.
Yes.
Several of the captives sort of started screaming the secret in an effort to further undermine our trust in one another. Some of those who survived have already broken free, much as you seem to have. We've been doing our best to sort of work with them and come up with some way of forcing the issue or determining once and for all whether or not it's going to be a problem. Some people were not able to recover. Some broke free and escaped. Some we were able to bring back to us by magic, but they very quickly were tested once again, failed over and over. We have them tied up, captive. They won't be able to escape now, but hopefully once we take care of the dragon, they won't be a problem any longer.
Let his fingers crossed.
At that point, having been there the whole time, not even really hidden, but just sort of sitting off in a corner, nonchalant, nondescript, never really paid any attention to her. A youngish woman, about like 30, 32 maybe, stands up and strides forward in the dark crimson with gold accents and a black cloak of the Order of Whispers, and says, yes, we've heard quite a bit about you. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner, but Order protocol demands that the Master of Whispers remains secret until times of great need. I believe you all knew my subordinate, Lightbringer Velasquez. He handled the frontline matters on behalf of our order, while I orchestrate things from out of sight. I am Riel Darkwater, Master of Whispers. It's a pleasure to meet you. Unfortunately, Dawn fell in the battle, so I'm having to step up and take a more direct role in our activities here.
I'm sorry for your loss. We met him a few times. He was a good man.
He spoke very highly of you in our briefings. I'm glad to see his intelligence was correct.
Wow.
One of the few.
So can I get what's this person's name again?
Riel, R-I-E-L, Darkwater.
She said she's the real leader of the Order of Whispers.
The Master of Whispers is her title.
That's true. So cool.
Just gonna roll like a D10. Don't worry about it.
Already beat you to it, boss.
She's got like hair.
Not my
that is,
type.
Like straight black hair, but it's cut like in a bob just beneath her ears, framing either side of her face. Tan skin, not too tan, but sort of a natural sort of olive tan complexion. Very, very smooth complected, not a lot of freckles or marks distinguishing. Big, expressive eyes that are such a dark brown that it's almost black. Like it's a very, very stark contrast to the lighter eyes of Dorn Velasquez. But she carries herself with an air of assumed authority, like almost that she would be unfamiliar with considering that someone would not pay attention to what she's saying.
So valid.
Real birdie energy.
Can't get on board.
What were we saying?
Something about the Sylvari?
Yeah, the Master's Whispers person, hey, but
Yes. So Riel at this point kind of takes over the conversation and says, I've been in touch with Kaith. She's not one of my operatives, but we're familiar. We've worked together a few times before. She's good at keeping secrets. Unfortunately, she kept this one from us for what I consider to be too long. But I understand her reasoning. It certainly would have presented a danger had the entire world known that the Sylvari were secretly dragon minions. But it's an odd situation where you have free will and apparently are able to resist the dragon's pull, some more than others. In any case, I'm thrilled to see that you've broken free yourself, young miss. So these new allies of yours, these Itzel, and you see one of the frogs kind of perk up and give her a look like an appraising look, kind of tucking out his bottom chin, like as she turns to him and closes her eyes for a second. You see her kind of muttering to herself silently. And when she opens her eyes, there's just a slight flash of red in her pupils, like a glowing ember from a dying fire. And she says, "Yes, my little friend, I'm speaking of you and your people. What exactly is it that you plan to do for us here?" And the little guy standing beside you goes, and just starts speaking in Itzel at her, and you see her very patiently listen and nod. And you watch as Steward Gix just kind of like looks at her and then looks at them and crosses his arms, kind of smiles. Nice. And Riel just kind of like raises an eyebrow at him and continues her conversation. Eventually, she is able to relay and confirm all that you guys are telling them as well, that they are going to help you guys. They're going to take you to a safe space. And there's a brief discussion between the three leaders of the orders. And Almora, at the end, says, "Well, a couple of days travel through the jungle won't be too bad, assuming it doesn't come to life and try to eat us all again. And you really think this place is going to be safe?" Riel just kind of looks at her and says, "Honestly, I don't know. I've never heard of anything like this. There was something mentioned in an ancient history. I believe the history of Sol D'Alessio said he came across some sort of city of gold, but I don't know if that's this place in particular. That could have been anywhere in the Maguma." And Almora says, "Well, I suppose something's better than nothing. And at this point, the more allies we have, the better. We lost a few hundred in that fight. Our numbers are greatly reduced. The vast majority were Sylvari that either perished or ran. We've recovered most of those that resisted the dragon and fled out of fear, but too many turned. I fear we'll never see them again, at least not peacefully. We've sent word back to Camp Resolve. I think the airships are best positioned where they are. I don't think we can risk bringing them over the jungle canopy. It'll just let it know where we are and perhaps target more aggression. These Itzel creatures can lead us quietly on safe paths. I think that'll be best. I suggest we take a brief rest, get people to break camp and head out. Really no time like the present. Need to move. And Brielle just kind of nods quietly, and Gik says, I concur. That's a logical assumption. I'll pass the word on to my magisters. Perhaps we can do a little bit of suppressive magic, some abjuration or cloaking of some sort. We'll see what we can work out. It'd be nice if we could make those char siege engines run a little quieter. Things make quite a racket passing through the jungle.
Birdie's outfit goes like pink camo again.
Brielle just kind of gives you a sidelong glance and goes, And she turns around and goes back to her seat, and you see like she's got like a tiny little table next to her, and she reaches down and pulls out a little sheet of paper and starts scribbling some notes. And Almora just says, Alright, was there anything you needed to tell us before we set out? Sounds like we're following the Itzel to this city, and it's going to be a couple of days.
No, I mean, you had mentioned that you had info on where Traherne was being taken.
We have a general idea. Steward, his people scryed on him. They had taken him over some creature's back. He was airborne. We're taking him over the canopy. We couldn't see further than that, so we don't know where exactly, but we think they went southwest of here.
How long ago was the last time?
The last time we saw him flying, sometime middle of the night.
Do you mind if I try and check on him real quick now? See if he's alright at his destination?
Feel free.
Alright, I'll pull out Omen and try and scry on Traherne.
Okay. So yeah, you guys watch as Galatar holds this sword up and peers through the crossbars, and his eyes kind of go reflective like a cat's. Galatar, you see... Let's say... Yeah. You see Traherne strapped with thorny vines, fireman's carry style, like laid over the back of some kind of large creature, and you just see wings beating and a long serpentine neck.
And so he still is airborne.
He appears to be airborne right now. Yeah.
Question: because I have flown over a large portion of this jungle, how far was I able to make it like every hour or so of flight? Like, if I was guessing that if he'd been flying in the middle of the night and he's still flying now and it's past midday.
Well, you know all creatures have to rest, and you
Sure.
know that when you travel, if you're going at a fast pace, if you're flying creature, generally speaking, you're looking at I think 8 miles an hour is fast pace for a flying creature. Yeah, because walking speed for a normal creature is like 3 miles an hour, like 4 at a fast pace, and for a flying creature, I think it'd be 6 at a normal pace and 8 miles per hour at a fast pace.
Okay.
Like, it's a good clip.
Okay.
But they would have to stop and rest and probably sleep, you assume. The Risen did not have to sleep, but they were undead.
Okay. And then, since I already have the sword out and I'm already doing scrying, can I try, which I don't think I've done before, to use clairvoyance with the sword on the like tree Mordrim factory that we saw? Like the giant tree outpost to just...
So I think that has a limit of a mile?
Is it only a mile limit?
I think
don't
it's
know.
a mile, and
Never
it's
used
like
it.
a place you can see within a mile, or an obvious location which I guess that would be
Okay,
an
so it
obvious
is
location,
a
but I think
1
it's a
mile,
Yeah.
but it's any location familiar to you or that's obvious, but it has to be within a mile.
Yeah, I'd say
Okay,
that's much more than a mile away.
gotcha. This jungle is very large.
Yes, yes.
Q. Okay. Well, so he's still flying. That's good. It means that hopefully by the time they would put him in any sort of pod or attempt to start to transform him, maybe we would have already gotten about a day out on our journey. If Trahern's strong, he may yet make it.
The fact he's still alive means they want him for something. I shudder to guess what, but we'll make the best time we can. We'll see how well your scouts can lead us.
Yeah, they're pretty good. They got us here very quickly today. We made great time.
Well, here's hoping luck is with us. All right, gather your forces. Let's move. And there is a sudden bustle of activity. The tent is almost immediately, parts of it taken off. Crates are being moved. You see Riel just take a couple of steps outside and vanish. Gix leaves the tent. He's got like 2 or 3 advisors with him. He's just barking orders left and right, and a couple of them peel off. Soldiers start running hither and yon, barking their orders. And there's the general hustle and bustle of camp being broken. It takes about 2 hours for everyone, because it wasn't really a permanent camp. It was pretty light setup. About 2 hours to break down what they can, and everybody gather at the foot of this spire of stone. The Itzel kind of spread out in pairs of 2, and each one is paired to like a separate section of the army column. Everyone's going to be traveling in a single column down one river. They're not splitting like they did before. They're trying to keep their numbers as tight as they can. There are some advanced scouts ahead, some others walking with the group, some staying behind, and there are Order of Whispers agents and Priory Magisters paired with each set of Itzel scouts. The Priory Magisters casting interpretive spells so that they can speak when they need to. A general plan is laid out and some basic sign language kind of established so that they don't have to waste a bunch of spell slots to keep doing it. But eventually, you all are organized, and it's fascinating to see this like ruthless efficiency with which this is all carried out. It happens much faster than you thought a couple thousand people could get their shit organized. But before too long, you are once again underway and traveling deeper into the heart of the Maguma jungle. I have an idea of where this might end tonight, and it's not terribly much further if we can keep playing. We could call it here if anybody needs to. Okay. So the rest of this day passes pretty uneventfully. It's all fairly quiet. Every now and then there's like some jungle beast that sort of breaks out of the tree line and kind of runs across the pathway, making some chaos. But as often as not, the Itzel scouts come out and warn people first, and it's odd to see these little creatures, 3.5 feet tall, come hopping out of the trees, and they'll flag people down and halt folks and just like stop them as like some big lumbering forest creature comes out of the trees and just sort of like gives you a sidelong look and then crosses your path, apparently not under the influence of the dragon. But you notice none of them are predatory creatures. It's mostly like herbivores. Eventually, the sun westers and falls below the mountains in the far west, and the Pact forces are pulled up into a tight circle with the Char siege engines facing out, weapons pointed outward. Every one of them is manned with at least 3 people. Rotating watches are set. Bonfires are constructed beyond camp to provide light outside without lighting the sentries from behind. And a night is passed in quiet. Is there anything anyone needs to accomplish or do the first night?
Wish us a hero's feast.
Okay.
I'll just get that started up again.
All right.
Was it 2d6? I don't have the spell pulled up right now.
I'll tell you
For
what, for this, it won't matter.
Okay.
2d10. But yeah.
But either way, yeah, if it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. We don't need it.
So you wake up the next morning refreshed. And immediately, like as the sun breaks the horizon, you set out again. You continue further west. And you notice over time, there are enough of you with high perception. And Kitri now, attuned to this crown, you have a keen awareness of the jungle around you. And you notice that as you are progressing, you are slowly but steadily going downhill. It's a slight grade, but it is constant. Second day passes, nothing untoward happens. The Itzel, at the end of that day, tell you that about midday on the following day, you guys will arrive at the hidden city. They have to take you away from the river, but they will lead you to where you need to go. That night at the campfire, Riel and Gix. Almora is there, but she's mostly quiet. Lore is not her bag. But Gix and Riel sit down with one of the Itzel, who introduces himself as Ibli, I-B-L-I, who is the son of Kaana Miatli, one of the better scouts that they have. And they kind of sit down and question him about what is going on here. He tells them the same story that you heard before, about the Tarir of Amayali, gathered by his people, treated as an artifact or an heirloom for generations, and that there was a dark time of hardship where the tribe was kind of scattered. There were a series of unfortunate events that kind of drove them from their village, and they found themselves wandering in the deeper, darker, much more dangerous for small frog people parts of the jungle. And one day, in a deep sort of recessed region, they came across a strange creature. And at this point, it becomes kind of an issue for the translation, even through magic, because you understand the words they're saying, but the Itzel they don't have the vocabulary to describe what they know to your more civilized minds, your more experienced worldly cultures. Ibli describes what they call the Golden Sages. Beings of light and gold that float effortlessly across the ground and command mighty powers. They live within this lost city that is overgrown and rarely leave its walls. But the Itzel found one badly wounded and rescued it, dragged it, because they say they're about the size of Brina. They're pretty big, medium-sized creatures. They couldn't heal it because they didn't know how to treat what was obviously some kind of magical creature, but they were able to bundle it up and sort of drag it on a makeshift stretcher back to this strange hidden city. There was a very tense exchange at first. The guardians of the city thought that they had wounded this creature. it took several days of like they had to flee because they were afraid for their lives. But eventually they repeatedly went back and showed signs of peaceful communication and were able to broker some sort of relationship between them. And once the Guardians understood their peaceful intent, the Guardians' leader, the leader of these Golden Sages, as a gesture of peace, had his smiths construct this crown to hold the tear of Amayali, and it somehow enhanced the magical capabilities of the stone. They don't have the vocabulary to explain this, but Riel and Gix, talking back and forth with them, explained that the crown itself acts as kind of an arcane amplifier for the divine or primal magic of the Tear of Amayali. And it was a token of mutual respect and support between these two people. And so it has been given to you as sort of like the signet ring of the king when you go to a foreign country to say, like, look, I'm King so-and-so's friend and they asked for your help. So that you could kind of prove your good intentions. Is there anything thus far, being present during this conversation, that you would ask a question about?
Can I take out some of my parchment and a little bit of my ink and draw like a rough sketch of the Mersat statue that we saw in what's his face's manor during that party?
Absolutely.
And see if that looks like the kind of people he's describing, because their powers sound similar, like floating on the ground, being ancient, powerful magical beings.
Yeah, so you kind of sketch out what you saw.
About to get heavy.
And the
Oh my god.
uh,
No.
Ebli looks over that and shakes his head no.
Okay.
And kind of like takes
What were
your
their
charcoal
outcasts?
in its hands. It starts like adding
Mm-hmm.
bits and lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
doing stuff. He points to the this,
Cyborgs.
I guess, statue that you saw.
What were the other one? The
Yeah,
Mersat
so-
and
It sort of changes the profile of it, and it ends up looking like something totally different.
Does it look like
okay.
anything we saw in those Mersat ruins from before they were evil, like when they were still just kind of an ancient group of people, where we found like had the stone tablets and told like the story of the Mersat and like their fear of the dragons and all that? There had been like some different things in there.
So looking at the very primitive sketch that he's done, nothing sticks out.
Okay.
No similar shapes. The lines are different.
Mm.
It has a
Are these
almost like an
humanoid?
Art Deco style. Like it's like lots of weird
Interesting.
curves and then spires and yeah.
I hate modern art.
It's not much like the jagged sort of purple jade carvings that you've.
Okay. Okay.
Are
Interesting.
these beings humanoid? That they're not humanoid.
So the way Ebli describes them is they have two arms, and they are vaguely shaped like you guys. They don't have two legs that they walk with. They kind of come to a point,
What?
and it's just sort of
Interesting.
like he has trouble describing it. He says it's like that one, and he points to General Almora. And he gets really frustrated. And he goes over and he bangs with his little frog fist on her breastplate. And then on her metal gauntlet and her shoulder pauldron, and says, like this one, but gold. Shiny gold. Except here. And then he points to like her black chainmail between the plates. Says, here, it is light, not metal. They have no flesh.
Beings of
Between the
light.
gold is
They're
light.
like automatons.
Creatures of light.
They're just powered
Huh.
by a different source of energy.
And this, and he sort of knocks on the helm that she has,
Uh-huh.
like cradled on her arm next to her. This here, they wear helms on their heads, but they do not remove them, and the light glows from within. They are creatures of gold and light.
Do you know why they're hiding?
He thinks for a minute and says, they exist to protect the hidden city. They keep it, maintain it, and keep it safe.
I think we've seen like a symbol of like the Mersat or some of like their symbols from some of the ruins or other things like architectural symbols and things.
Like
If
some
I-
of their runes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, if I draw a couple of those, do those look at all familiar to him?
Kind of gives him a look over and shakes his head.
No? Okay.
You said they
That's good.
That's
protect
favorable.
the city, but I mean, what are they? Are they from the dragon? What are they protecting the city from? There's nobody out here.
I do not know.
How did the... Do you know how the one
Yeah.
got injured?
They have symbols that look like this. And he runs his finger across the edge of your loot, Birdie.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Oh.
That is a Bobian loot.
Bobby.
Oh, originally commissioned by a forgotten prince of Vabi,
Bobby and Loot.
an ancient. The prince was serving, had it blessed at the altar of Lissa, at the grand court of Sebelek in ancient Alona.
Far,
Does the name
far east of here. and to the
Vabi
south.
ring any bells to me, like
Oh,
historically?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. The nation of
Vabi.
Vabi was a resplendent kingdom in Elona, south of the Crystal Desert.
Is there like is that where wasn't there like a famous figure or something that was from,
There were many famous figures from Vabi.
is it like Joka?
Palawa Joko.
Yeah, that guy.
Yes, the Lich King tyrant.
Yeah, the
now
evil dude.
called the Scourge of Vabi, that has now been freed from his prison and is taken over those lands.
Oh, okay, it's not good. for them.
Cool. Cool.
But were they known to have, before like I guess that kind of befell them, were they known to be like people that would explore and have outposts in place? Like were they known to culturally have come up this far north at all?
Well, I would say with your knowledge of history, you know that Kryta was originally a Vabian, or not a Vabian, but an Elonian colony. So there are many nations in Elona. Elona is more like it's not a continent, but so if Elona is like the size of Fantasy China,
Mm-hmm.
Vabi would be like the size of Fantasy Egypt. So it's like
Okay.
a kingdom within the land of Elona.
Got
And
you.
there are many kingdoms throughout there. Korna, Vabi, Istan.
Okay. So it
Like
was an Elonian
fiefdoms
settlement,
kind
not
of thing?
necessarily Vabian settlement,
Kind
but
of.
it was of a like would have been from
Yeah.
the same king.
With your even
area.
just passive knowledge of history, the first Elonian kingdoms in what is effectively the the ancient Egypt of Tyria, were called the dynasties of the primeval kings. They built their great pyramid tombs in the area that is now known as the Crystal Desert. And they had a civilization that rivaled that of Or. And the two nations competed against one another. Ilona originally settled Krita, at least the southern part. And then Or, one of the princes, I believe you guys learned this when you were in Or, one of the princes...
Wait, this is the prince that was with the vampire guy, was with the... Is this the prince that, like...
Yes, the one
went
that
out
broke,
and
broke from
gas,
Or and then...
yeah, it was...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Wow.
so you know that they traveled.
That's wild. Okay. It's all coming together, huh?
Yeah.
Not
A lot of
connecting.
So-
little tidbits out here.
So, question for them: what you say that they protect the city, they maintain the city. How many have you been inside the city? I asked the it's booze,
Yeah.
Itzos, Itzels,
Scout-
incels. Yeah.
Scout Ibli,
Just the insults.
Ibli says, "No, I have never been inside the city walls, but I have visited them to convey
Hmm.
the good wishes of the Kaana, my
That's
mother."
helpful.
Do they ever allow your people into the city walls at all, like the Kaana, or do they? Is it just kind of you always stay outside? Everyone does.
Get in here, guys.
Some
if
have
they-
seen inside the city when they were taken for healing. The wounded were brought there and cared for and then released. Generally, it is rare to allow people inside the city. It is a sacred place.
Sacred.
It can happen.
Do you know like what that city is blessed by? Like, what is it sacred to?
They worship a great prophet.
Great prophet.
We do not, so I do not know who they are.
Does that ring any bells in the context of Fabian society or Alona? Like the term the Great Prophet, would that be a historically significant or mentioned figure?
Go ahead and roll me a history check.
Make him roll it. Make him roll it.
Dig deep.
That's a
Dude.
nat 20 for a 32.
Wow. I know your gods.
So
I am your god.
It was
I am the
all-
I am the
Prophet.
prophet. You
I'm a
fools.
Skeletor.
among the people of Vabi and Istan and Kurna, Gandhara, the Moon Fortress, the lands of Jahai, there are seers, there are jinn, there are magical creatures, and there are a lot of colorful legends. No one that really stands out as a prophet, but thinking of Alona and prophecy, the natural connection for your historically minded brain is the Flameseeker prophecies, which were written in part about a group of heroes going to the Crystal Desert to undergo the ritual trials of ascension to be blessed by the gods to fight the Mersat. And those prophecies were penned by the prophet Glint,
The
a
drag.
former dragon scion of Kralkatorek.
Son of a bitch. Cool. Okay. Huh.
And we know it's true because we found the tablets.
That's right. Oh, that's true.
Yeah, we proved it all.
Destiny's Edge, when they fought Kralkatorek and lost, and their Asuran companion Snaf was killed, they fought alongside Glint.
Oh, right, because it's called
I
like
remember
Glint's
that.
Fall or something, or the Prophet's Fall.
Prophet's Fall is the last known resting place of Kralkatorek.
And what happened to Glint again? Remind me.
Kralkatorek killed her in that fight.
Frickin' Logan.
Huh.
So just one last question. Is there anything that we need to know to not offend or to properly respect these people when we meet them? Should any gestures, any like cultural things you want to? I want to be as respectful as possible.
Eebly just says, just be respectful and be honest.
So we're really good at that.
Well,
That's-
shit.
We were out of luck already then.
Yeah.
Well,
They
there
value
goes that.
honesty above all.
I mean, we're
They
good
can
at that.
feel
We're
it when you
brutal
lie to them.
honesty.
Wow. Okay. This is
I feel
wild.
like we gotta get in there, right?
I am like chomping at the bit now.
It is my hope they will allow you entry and give you a safe haven from which to base your assault on Modrinoth.
I mean,
I
we
have
don't
never
even
seen
know.
that many people gain entry, but
Yeah, what would you say like the chances are? Like
Is it
Like
just
snowball
these light
in hell.
beings who live
70
here?
30 or like 50 like 30 70?
37, 24.
whatever they protect in the city, they protect from the servants of the Thorned One.
Hmm.
If we can
I see.
convince them that you are allies in the fight against the dragon, perhaps they will.
Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Bruh.
Hmm.
All right. We gotta get to this place.
Do you think
Oh,
one
we
of
need
them
to
will let
see.
us wear their armor?
I don't. Maybe.
I
we
want to
can
find
decide.
out what they're protecting.
He just like shrugs.
I mean, this is also fascinating. A prophet
hey
predicted
there.
key tree. The city is protected for the sake of a prophet. The prophets
They worship some prophet.
Yeah, is that prophet Glint? Is it a different dragon? Is it a dragon at all? I don't know.
Well, I'm
What is-
excited to find out.
Oh my god.
I don't know yet.
Oh my god.
I feel like Ryan's gonna be like, I'm ending when you all see the city, and then I'm gonna be like,
I know, we're
"No,
gonna
I
get
wanna
to the
go
gates
in
and it's like,
Uh,
find out next week. And...
We're playing to midnight. I want to go in.
A bit.
midnight your time.
Yeah, I'm just like banging on the door.
Well, after the week I've had, I'm in for a long game if you are.
Oh my god.
You've really built up this city. I'm pretty stoked for this.
This
Do
will
you
be
have
a
any more
heist to
questions for
remember.
Eebly?
A question for Gix.
Okay.
He was talking
Yes,
about.
my dear.
Dicks.
Yeah, you said this crown amplifies like divine magic from the tier.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Does that mean like this Amayali person is like a real thing and like an actual god or something?
Well, we Asura don't really believe in God so much per se, but powerful magical forces, sure. I don't see any reason why it couldn't be that. It could also
I-
just be a powerful object that was found deep in the jungle.
That's kind of what I assumed. They just made up this person.
You're gonna make Amayali mad.
And
I
one
don't
never
care.
knows. I mean, we know for a fact that the creatures that the
Amayali
humans
can
worship
bite me.
exist. They walked the world. We have
Oh.
evidence
Yes.
of their
What
past.
if you?
We just don't consider them gods among the Asura. They're
Yeah.
just very large, very effective wheels in the eternal alchemy.
Making
Mm,
Amanda mad.
I like to imagine that Kala
Oh,
just has
man.
like a really shitty day in the woods after that. It's like the flies are buzzing all around her.
Yeah.
She trips over every fucking branch. It's like they seem to come out of nowhere. Amayali is back with a vengeance. baby.
You're being mean to Baba Yaga.
A little more conversation happens about how to approach the city, what the outer walls kind of look like, and what to expect. And the Pact leaders kind of prepare themselves mentally for the following day's ordeal. And another long rest passes. I assume this evening is Heroes Feast.
Yes.
We dine like kings from here on out.
Should we
I
roll
like
hit points
heroes.
this time, Ryan?
Don't worry about it right now. If we need to later, we can.
Right. All right.
I will say that during this session tonight, we won't have any more combat,
Sure.
but I don't know if the next adventuring day will have some or not. So we'll see. We'll
I
see.
mean, we're gonna go talk to some ancient divine beings. It's gonna go great.
Oh, what language they speak.
Oh,
If they speak
I can
Ignon.
help with that. One of the things we found in one of our large rest times recently had some spells in it that can help.
And so I have the thing that lets me speak Ignon. That's like a fire demon language. Okay. Not
It's your
the same.
Fire-
nipple
Not
bodysuit.
Fire element.
Yeah, but fire element, not the nipple suit.
He says.
Pulls it out of the
Also
wardrobe and says,
also a
"Not
relic from Elona.
Yeah.
Ah, I forgot about the nipple suit.
Small world."
Nipple jacket.
So you have another long rest.
Yeah.
Does the next morning does Galatar cast Foresight?
I do. I've been casting it every day when we get up and we go to depart.
I just want to make sure. And do you use your
So I
arcane
do.
recovery like immediately to get that back?
No, I can't. That's a 9th level spell. Arcane recovery can only be up to and including 5th level.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so
Okay.
my 9th level is just gone after that.
Okay.
So I activate the mage armor and that at the same time. So if it's after that 8-hour period, both of those are gone.
So, as the Itzel predict, it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They take you, but when you arrive, they take you off the flowing river into some more, not necessarily narrower paths, but a little rougher. You see that there is something more like a game trail here, but it's a little wider. The Charcesians are just able to kind of squeeze through, and the column itself kind of narrows and elongates. And after several hours of travel and a couple of brief breaks, almost impossible to tell where you are. You have been covered with impenetrable brush on almost every side in a dense canopy which you cannot see the sky. You find yourselves coming into a wide valley that is almost like a microcosm of the Maguma itself, like a crater within the crater that is the Maguma. So it's the Maguma jungle entirety is sort of like a bowl surrounded by mountains, and you are in like a little crater pit within that. But by little, I mean like 2 or 3 miles across. But you can see the canopy kind of dips down ahead of you, and you can see this rounded area sort of surrounding you. And at the center, just barely visible through the dense foliage of the canopy, are gleaming towers of gold. You just catch the glint of golden metal. It's mostly obscured by green, but in the sunlight you can see these metallic glints, and the Itzel stop and point and make the signs that they have kind of communicated to people, like, that's it, 1 more hour and you'll be there. So the air kind of gets a little still. There's very little wind in this bowl. Occasionally you do find like small running streams that seem to run down from the edge kind of towards the bottom of the crater. It's kind of odd because you would expect there to be a big lake here, but there isn't. Regardless, even though it's still, it's not really quiet. There are birds in the trees here. There are monkeys. There are frogs and insects. Things that you didn't hear before the big Mordrum attack. Minutes go by slowly. It is hot. It is very humid. Clouds of mist and steam snake their way through the dense foliage around you. Until finally, you find yourself approaching what you would first assume is a hill or some sort of steep rock wall in front of you, and it takes a minute to realize that this is just what looks like the corner of a round city wall that has been completely overgrown with dense roots and ivy and dirt, and just barely visible in some places has been smudged out areas where you can see beautifully carved stone that gleams like pure gold. It's got a almost perfectly smooth, lustrous exterior. Several of the Itzel at the front of the column sort of pack in together, and they send for you to join them at the front. Almora, Riel, and Gix also join you with 2 or 3 of their seconds behind them. Among Almora's contingent is the Sylvari that you saw sort of confront her just after the battle, who she sent off to gather other surviving Sylvaris, the leader of the Pale Reavers All-Sylvari Company, Laranthir. Together, you guys cluster and form a sort of vanguard to your train of soldiery. The Itzel scouts, with Ibli at their head, lead you in a sort of long, snaking route around one side of this city. And you can see these high walls, 80, 90 feet in some places, and periodically towers that jut up from them, still mostly covered in vine, but at the top these curved and beautifully carved, elaborately styled spires of what look to be gold stone. And eventually you find a very, almost oddly steep staircase that has been wedged between 2 of these massive golden towers, and a high gate at the top, maybe 20 feet tall and probably at least 15 feet, but maybe 20 feet wide. It's 2 massive golden doors that also appear to be made of this heavily carved and stylized stone. Much of it is overgrown with vines, though this particular edifice seems to have been cleared more recently, indicating some sort of level of traffic through it. As your column approaches, one of the doors begins to move ever so slowly, and you can hear that grinding of stone on stone. And it only opens about 5 feet, so it doesn't open fully. And floating out is this ethereal figure, mostly comprised of a sort of iridescent, multicolored light, pure light, like a being of sunshine that almost like ripples and glitters, but encased in like a modular, multi-piece kind of plate mail armor that is made of these curved, stylized strips of what looks like razor-sharp gold. Big metallic flanges rise up from its elbows and its heavily gauntleted hands. Huge pauldrons like large feathered wings sweeping backward in an almost crescent moon shape from its shoulders. And a massive helm with a high crest on either side, like 2 twin spires, curved on the outsides, streaming from its between its shoulders, out behind it. It would almost be a cape if it was one piece, but it's like 8 different streamers of brilliant cloth of gold, and you can just see as it ripples in the sunlight slight coloration differences where runes or some sort of script has been embroidered onto these long strands of fabric. And as you guys approach the base of the stair, this being sort of floats down until it's within about 60 feet of Ebly, and it raises a gauntleted hand in gesture of stop. Ebly puts his own hand up and then makes a quick motion, and the Itzel around him scatter to either side, and he makes a deep ceremonial bow, putting both hands on his stomach, one on top of the other. Stands back up and then turns to you and gives you a slow gesture of like, come join me. As you guys approach Ebly, you all hear in your mind, "Welcome, Ebly, son of the Kaana, to Tarir. As always, we are delighted to see the Itzel brothers once again. Who are these armed creatures you bring with you to our holy city?" And Ebly responds in his croaking, chirping Itzel language. A moment goes by, and the creature lowers its arm and kind of, it doesn't so much turn its head as its body just sort of rotates in place, back and forth. And it raises the other hand and points to Kitri. "You may approach, child of the forest. What business do you have with the Exalted of Tarir?"
No pressure.
We were sent with the Itzel's blessing. If you're okay, I spared you guys the worst of the dog yapping. We were sent here with the blessings of the Itzel. We're here to defeat the Thornet one, or Mordramoth. We were told that this would be a safe place to help us get to where he is.
Several moments pass by, and there's just the sound of birds in the trees. And then you all hear in your minds, "Is this true, Ebly, son of Miatli? Do these creatures oppose the dragon Mordramoth? This child of the wood wears the tear of Amayali." And then for a minute, you hear Ebly responding in his frog-like speech. And eventually, after a long explanation, there's another couple of moments of silence, and the glowing sentry before you says, again in your minds, "I will hear your case. Who among you is designated your leader?"
I mean, that kind of depends on the probably Keeter today.
Oh, probably. Oh, yeah.
Hitler is probably the leader in this case. Yeah.
You lead this army. You would command them against the dragon.
Oh, like I'm.
She did just tell the dragon to go screw himself. So I mean, like, she
He's
did.
asking you, Kitri.
I would feel weird saying that yes, but in part, I'm helping. I'm playing a role. I'm doing what I can to help.
struggle against the elder dragons is a noble one. I must speak to they who command this army.
I would say that's Almora.
Yeah, with their soul keeper instead.
and
The
Gix
scary
and
lady right
Riel.
over there.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, we're kind of like second in command, I guess, if something happened.
Yeah, the other guy got captured, but we're going to rescue him. So
Or more like support. Never mind.
we're like
Easley also,
independent contractors.
like picks up and chirrups a little bit in response, and the creature raises its hand again and beckons. It says, "Send the commanders forth." And Eebly turns around and kind of waves at Almora, and makes a couple of signs like her, Gix, Riel. So they come up to join you. They let you guys take the lead on this one because you're wearing the crown. And once you guys are all sort of piled in together, all of the heads of the orders, the Trollskull Six, Eebly of the Itzel, this creature says, "I am Bastion Suta of the Exalted of Tarir. Young Eebly speaks highly of you, and your emissaries wear the tear of Amayali. Do I have your word, as leaders of this force, that no violence will be brought to Tarir, or its exalted guardians?" At that point, Almora and Riel and Gix kind of look at each other. "Yes, of course, we come seeking your aid. We need a safe haven, somewhere to rest, to resupply, to plan our next steps. We were attacked. The jungle came alive, many died. We need a few days at least. Can you help us? Or at least allow us to stay in this valley?" Creature turns again from him. It's odd to just kind of see it rotate without any real effort of motion. It's long, tassel-like cloth kind of dangling from its back, kind of reminiscent of Kala's mantle that she had with the like ethereal tapers, but this is actually made of cloth. It's not like a magic thing. And after a few moments, Bastion Suta says, "Wait here. I will consult with the Luminate and return with her answer." And he just rotates in place and then starts floating back up the stairs. And I don't know if any of you were paying attention to Foundry, but I pulled you onto the art screen.
yeah, it
how
looks so
big is it?
cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's intimidating.
That's not intended to be scaled with your icons. That's just so you can see the screen.
I was like, is this
it's a
like War
medium
of the
creature.
Worlds? Okay.
No,
Or I was like,
it's a so the creature's body from like top of the crown to the bottom of it is about the size of you, Brina.
okay. That
it's
makes
big,
me feel
but it's
less
medium.
scared.
Yeah.
So it looks
But it
like
is hovering.
Because I was like,
vaguely
oh,
humanoid.
gods. God.
Vaguely, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't have two legs, it just kind of comes to a point. But yeah, it has like two arms and generally humanoid armor and a helmet.
What the
Okay.
heck?
What the heck?
it's
What
created
the
by
heck?
somebody.
Turns and goes back into the city. And the
God,
two
they're
dude,
boys
so
behind it.
cool.
Spins around. Brandon kind of nudges Birdie and is like, "You've got to get a cape like that." With the...
You know, I'm thinking about how I can become, like, are they waiting on a prophet, or is there a prophet there? Because I feel like I could spin a pretty convincing prophet.
Bertie,
if
the
we-
one rule that the Itzel told us was don't lie.
I would be prophesying.
That's not
Prophesying.
You can't lie when
Prophesying.
you're making a prophecy because like it hasn't happened yet. So
Right? Yeah, it's Colin gets
I-
it right.
think that.
you're
Oh,
saying
never
later it'll
mind.
probably happen.
Don't worry about it.
I
It's a
don't
lie
know
if you
who
think
or
it's a lie.
where or what or when, but that seems like yeah.
Okay,
More
give
like
us
a
what would
forecaster.
your prophecy be like? Give us a Bertie prophecy.
Peace and goodwill in the new year.
You can't rush these things. You know, honestly, I'd probably
Oh,
need a little
God.
bit of
Don't
herb
let him
first, like sacred
practice.
ritual herbs. Yeah, you know, this is yeah. But I'm gonna think on this. I'm gonna think on this.
Yeah, you would not be a good prophet.
I would be a great prophet.
Ugh. Gotta be fast on your feet.
So time passes.
Well, I'm not a fucking
Minutes go
gumball
by,
machine.
several minutes. And you guys are all just kind of like standing there at the base of these stairs. And it starts to get awkward. And
You'd think
Almora
was coming
is
back.
like getting antsy. You can see she is not built for patience. She does not like this diplomatic stuff.
Latar, you could try and clairvoy behind that door.
I sure could, but if anybody would see invisible sensors, it's literally the floating god people.
Also probably fair. I can't deny that.
Some more time goes by. Half an hour, 40 minutes.
You know, he was floating very slowly. Maybe he hasn't gone there yet.
Maybe he got
Actually,
lost.
he was. He was moving very slowly. Very sedately.
Kala
I will
pulls,
say,
Kala pulls dried meat out of the bag of holding and offers some to Almora, and it's just like eating. Waiting.
Almora looks at you, and there is this brief moment of pure understanding. And like she says nothing, she just reaches out a claw and like takes a strip, and her eyes just say like, "Oh, thank the gods!" Like, "Thank you so much." And she just pops it in, and just chews on it, and there's this visible sort of relaxation, like something to do, something to chew.
Period.
Hilarious.
About 50 minutes go by, and Almora finally turns around and motions one of her adjutants. She calls up Laurenthier and just says, "Tell everybody to relax. It may be a minute longer. We're not sure. They're I guess debating whether they're gonna let us in or something. But I want everybody to stay calm. Draw no weapons. Make no motions." And he's just like, "Yes, General." Turns back and immediately kind of disappears into the crowd. You hear like murmurs, and soldiers are starting to kind of grumble a little bit, but you can almost watch. You don't see Laurenthier moving because there's too many bodies, but it's like as a person would be able to progress through the line, you see people kind of like stop sitting and slumping and moping, and people like snap to attention. So like you can mark his passage by people's reaction to him.
That's awesome.
About an hour goes by, and then suddenly there is a blast of horns and fanfare from the city walls. And as everybody kind of looks up,
I pee my pants a little.
several more of these glowing creatures lining the walls on top of the city, overlooking you all.
Did they just
Both
like
of the
suddenly
doors
appear?
begin to creak outwards.
It's fucking chilling.
Inwards, rolling on these massive hinges. And 3 figures emerge. One of them looks very much like the creature that was here before, although it's a little hard to tell.
They all look alike.
Another one comes out and it has a slightly different style of helm, and it doesn't have the sort of bladed appendages like added onto its armor. It's a little more streamlined. And then there is one standing in the middle who is immediately recognizable as a much more regal figure. The mantle and shoulder pauldrons are more ornate, but not spiked and bladed for war, just like more elaborate. And the helm that they wear is like a great metallic gold flange, almost like if you think of like the queen of the aliens from Alien. You know, she's got like a triceratops kind of flange going on. It's sort of like that, but it's just solid gold and kind of like Art Deco style. And they come out with their hands sort of laid out in a sort of peaceful gesture, and they are in the center of this triangular formation, slightly back behind the other two, as they descend these stairs towards you. And once they get within about a 60-foot range again, you all hear in your minds, "Welcome, travelers. I am the Exalted Luminate of Tarir. Your arrival was foretold to us, though not the date and time, or the nature of your appearance. You must forgive my bastion for his circumspect behavior. It has been our long task to safeguard this hidden city in the hopes that someday you would arrive here to help us preserve Glint's great legacy. I bid you welcome to the golden city of Tarir. Please, enter. As long as no violence is brought to my people at your hands, you can seek refuge and safety and comfort within our walls. And at that, Almora just kind of looks around and stands a little crisper and strides up and gives a crisp fist to the chest salute and a little nod of the head. Thank you, Exalted Luminate, was it? We are deeply indebted to you, and my co-leaders and I look forward to long conversations. I am Almora Soulkeeper, General of the Vigil. This is Riel Darkwater, Master of Whispers, and Gix, Steward of the Dermond Priory. And the other two come up and sort of in unison, as though it had been rehearsed. We are honored. And you see the Luminate sort of incline her head ever so much. And she just sort of turns, and as she does, she gestures widely to the stairs. Those who can may ascend here. I will send a bastion to guide your war machines to a different entrance. Please, enter the city and feel free to explore at your leisure. And she begins to ascend the steps, and
Holy shit.
Riel and Gix immediately start following her. Almora turns around and looks for Laranthir, who has now kind of made his way back to the front. Have a contingent wait with the war machines and the supply wagons. Follow the bastion they send out, whatever that means. The rest of you, break up into your groups. Take your supplies, those who can, this way. If it's too heavy, follow the rest. We'll set up camp here. Tonight, we sleep behind walls. And there's a rolling cheer as the word kind of spreads back through the Pact.
Alexa, did she say Glint's legacy?
Yeah, totally did. Yeah.
Holy shit.
What
I
is,
don't know
what
what
is
that means.
Glint's legacy? I thought he already prophesied it, right? Like what's
I'm wondering if it's like an artifact, or could it be offspring? Are there more dragons? Could it be, maybe it is another prophecy.
The city is full of knowledge, and it's
Oh, what if it's like all the
secrets?
dragon knowledge in like one place? Oh, that's so cool. I don't
There's
know.
a bunch of
I just didn't
books?
think Glint was that old. I don't know. It like, I mean, I knew he was old, but I didn't know if he was like ancient dragon. Oh, that's so cool.
It better
we have
not be a bunch
free
of books.
reign.
I'm saying it now.
It's
Or what if
probably
it's just like
books.
stuff?
If it's
know what
books, this is heaven on earth, and good luck fighting Mortimer.
Well, it's not going to be like
I'll
the
be-
hollow crystals from Rod assumes, so.
This should be fun.
I mean, what do you all think makes a good prophet? Like
I think it's got to be like the vest,
I think vague but accurate.
like a
fake
like
but
a
accurate.
like a cool hat.
About this time, you
Or-
make it to the top of these really, like, insanely steep steps.
Like going up Old Main.
Exactly, yeah. As you cross this threshold, you can feel, even those of you who aren't spellcasters, you feel like you are passing through almost like a field of static electricity. There is so much magic in the air here. It is palpable. But you almost don't notice it. Because as you cross this threshold, laid out before you is a pristine Aztecian kind of Art Deco Aztec mix city of pure gold. Every surface, like it looks like stone. It's large block cut stone, but it's perfectly smooth, perfect seams. All the accents are just different shades and tones and textures of gold. There are, every now and then as you're kind of led through the city, there are massive plaques with carved text on them.
Are they like legible?
I know some of you speak Celestial.
I speak
I'll comprehend
Celestial.
languages for that, but if he speaks it, I won't.
Yeah, I do speak Celestial.
Okay.
Petrie
And-
speaks Celestial too.
And do any of you
All of
speak Draconic?
I also speak Draconic.
I don't know if any of you speak read or write Elonian. I don't know if we put that in roleplay much.
I get a giant, perhaps.
Not
Right, I
here.
don't. I have undercommon. I think that's.
I have undercommon too? Question mark. Oh.
None of those, unfortunately. I will say that as you're walking through this, like there are fountains, beautiful water features, and the glistening of the water and the light over the gold is phenomenal. There are patches of mosaic tile that are like pearl, places where it looks like semi-precious stones have been like embedded to make art. There are green things growing here, but they are very small. And they are very well organized, like a garden. This is not a place where the wild growth of things is permitted. But there are wide open courtyards, much larger than you think are strictly necessary, because as you look, you don't see any more Exalted. You've got the Luminate kind of in front of you, and one of these other ones with a different headgear. And as you kind of look up at the walls, you see that there were several lining them, and they have now sort of descended these interior stairs that zigzag down from the battlements, and they have dispersed and are going about their business. But looking out across the city, which is all sort of a little bit lower than you, as you enter, you realize that this city is also like scooped out, and it just goes down. There's like a waterfall off to your left that descends about 40 feet to a lower level of the city, and you can kind of see out over it. And there are just like spires and arches and gardens and courtyards and wide avenues. There are no wooden stalls. There's no dingy fabric. It's all just golden stone and water and some plants.
And there's no
And,
sign of like where period on like any of like does it look
No,
like
it is all perfectly preserved.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh.
So, as you guys walk, there's just this couple of moments of wonder as the city is revealed before you. The Luminate takes you kind of off to the right, and the sound of the waterfall dies away as you're taken into a side passage that descends a little bit and then turns and passes out over a long bridge that goes behind the waterfall, not into the earth, but the waterfall just kind of like arches over it, so you pass behind it, so you're seeing like the glitter of the gold in the sunlight through the curtain of water, and you pass over to the other side and then ascend more stairs into one of these bigger circular spire towers. It's maybe like 100 feet wide inside. The exterior walls are thicker and provide even more space, but it's a massive interior space, and you're sort of led up this spiral around it, this big hollow inside where all these beautiful things are hung, like massive crystals, statues, lots of art, but it's almost all stone or like cloth of gold or rich fabric that is perfectly preserved, until eventually you are brought to what kind of resembles a throne room, but there's no chair. It just has a sort of raised dais, and in front of that is a massive circular window, but there's no glass. It's just an opening, and it looks out across the entirety of the city. You can see from this spire out to the far wall. It's about a mile across. Kind of dangling down from either side are little strands of ivy with brilliant like orange and red flowers. As you approach, the illuminate kind of turns to face you all, perfectly framed by the window and the sunlight in the clouds behind, and says, at this point, it is you six, Ebli, and 3 Itzel, Almora, Riel, and Gix. She turns and she addresses the 6 of you. Says, Dragon Slayers, you are most honored guests. We have waited so very long for your arrival. Welcome to Tarir. Ebli, son of Miatli, inheritor of the title of Kaana someday. And you see Ebli kind of like fidget a little bit uncomfortably. We welcome your return and are grateful that you have brought to us what was promised. You and yours are of course free to stay within these walls. Please give your mother our kindest regards. And you hear him just sort of chirp an okay. She turns to the leaders of the Pact. I'm sure all of you have a great many questions. Please, now is the time. I am the Luminate. I lead the Exalted that remain in Tarir. What would you have of me and mine? At this point, Almora just looks at you guys.
Oh, you meant questions on what we would ask of you to like help us with, or can I just ask like a billion questions about like you, your magic, all kinds of fun stuff?
Your time is yours. I am at your disposal.
Well, this is great.
I mean, right, this is like simultaneously the best thing and probably the worst thing.
I feel like a kid in a candy store. This is like the first time I ever heard a fairy tale. Ugh.
Could we start with like maybe the dragon stuff and then circle back to like
Oh,
That's fine.
cultural crises?
I guess can we start by asking like what you're guarding here? Like what is the purpose of this place? What is
Glenn's legacy.
Cultural significance, okay.
Well, I mean, like it would be beneficial, I guess, to know like what
Yeah.
their goals are.
We're gonna get
and
to
how
the
they
dragon
align with
stuff,
us.
Rena. We got all week for dragons.
Just
Maybe
not
this
much
is
of
the
a tourist.
dragon stuff.
Glint's legacy is a complex series of precautions that the Great Prophet took to give Tyria its best chance to survive the next dragon rise. This city, and we, her Exalted, were created to protect the whole of Glent's legacy, including her knowledge. The Prophet's magic changed our forms, making us nearly immortal. We may still be slain, and many have fallen over the years. As you can see, few remain. Glint foresaw her end long before it came to pass, but she left behind her precious legacy for us to keep and protect here. The specifics of that legacy are hidden and warded. We do not openly discuss it. At the moment, it is imperative that the legacy itself remain concealed. However, I can tell you that defending the city defends the legacy, and that is our mission. Our power is drawn from and is part of Tarir. We exist here to serve and to protect the city and the legacy. We may not leave it. That being said, our power here is great. We have been able to defend it against the assaults of Mordramoth so far. But as I said, few of us remain. Now we are but 13.
That is very few.
Once we filled this city. But we have lived honorably to fulfill our duty to the Great Prophet. We gave up all we were for the flame of hope that she kindled within us, the last best chance to save all of Tyria. To that end, she instructed us to preserve the legacy here and to wait until you arrived. A company of united allies of all the races of Tyria, much like those who opposed the dragons once before. We were to aid you, give you respite, and that we shall do to the best of our ability.
And I'm sorry for your losses. Do you know anything about how we could defeat Mordramoth? Any insights into him or his forces? If they've besieged you so much, perhaps you could give us some helpful insights into him?
The dragon itself is the Maguma. Over the centuries, Mordramoth has rooted himself, quite literally and figuratively, into the very fabric of the jungle. He is, in some ways, more resilient than his siblings. They are creatures of such unimaginable strength and power. To say they had a weakness, I believe, is impossible. They are vain, spiteful, and arrogant. But physically, well, as you already know, they are formidable foes. We learned that you have defeated one of them already. The Black Dragon of Death, Daitan, the Hungerer. Truth be told, even some of the Exalted were unsure if that could be accomplished. It seems to us that you have discovered a way to end them before any of the rest of us. They're almost godlike in power, but they are mortal.
We're practically gods ourselves.
Oh god.
Even among my people, that brings bad luck.
Don't go jumping off any cliffs.
You've heard the tale of the diving druid.
I have. It did not end well.
It is an ancient Elonian fable.
My father used to read it to me growing up, anytime I thought I was too smart for my own good.
In a distant age, I was a queen of all of Corna in the far-off lands of Elona, subject to one of the great primeval dynasties. I've heard this tale myself.
I've read so much about the primeval dynasties. It's truly an honor to meet you. I really have so many questions that I know will take up our valuable time at the moment. But perhaps after we slay the dragon, it would be a more fitting time to ask them.
We can accomplish that. I will be at your disposal.
Yeah, I
will take you up on it.
I got a question here. I'm trying to wrap my head around this because I'm not a glint expert, but glint's legacy is some kind of tool or something that will help in defeating in fighting the dragons, right? When they rise. And here we are.
No,
Oh,
Not exactly. Glint's legacy cannot directly oppose the Elder Dragons. It's complicated. There are things that you don't know, that I am not at liberty to explain. Legacy is a safeguard. The Elder Dragons are creatures of unimaginable power. But they're more than that. They are channels, filters, and amplifiers for the currents of arcane energy that permeate our world. That was their original purpose. We have a series of plaques on the walls of Tarir telling the story of the Elder Dragons, that we may never forget the truth of their origins.
Did we walk past those?
I do not remember. Where are these plaques?
We passed some of them on the way here,
Ah,
but there
damn
are
it.
many more.
Uh,
There are
I knew
8
we should
in
have
total.
stopped. Okay, now we know how many.
So in response to what you just said to Bertie, is it fitting to say that Glint's legacy is more of like once the dragons themselves are defeated, something else has to fill their original purpose, or there will be like other bad effects happen?
You are very wise and very perceptive. Yes, in a way, that is the function of Glint's legacy.
Interesting.
If any hint of this were to reach the ears of a dragon's servants, Tarir would become a direct target for all of the Elder Dragons immediately. And we, strong as we are, do not have the strength to withstand the combined forces of all that remain.
We gotta thin the herd then.
Do you know what those effects are of killing the dragon? Like, do you know the effect of taking away something that amplifies that magical conduit of power?
Ooh. Like, does that school of magic get weaker?
Yeah, like what happened when we killed Zaitan? I don't know.
None of us
Does it
use
Assuming
that.
Fuck up necromancy.
It kind of raises
Oh,
a
no.
hand like she's going to say something, and then puts the hand down and says, "My knowledge is great. I have taken an oath and am bound by ritual magic. I can only share the fullest extent of my knowledge with those who have been judged worthy by Tarir."
We gotta go punch a wall?
So is that like we kill Mordremoth, you can answer our questions?
Do you have another worm?
Oh,
That great flanged helmet sort of tilts oddly at an angle.
This is like the third worm that we.
and
There
You know,
are
I
many
never
worms
mind.
in
the asshole is
jungle
starting to
beyond
slip out.
Oh shit.
We do not
Hey
have
guys,
a
bring
trial
keep it
that you
together.
can
Keep
pass.
it together.
We
Okay.
do not have a system set up to determine those who are worthy. That was ancient magic, long lost to us. Tarir itself decides if and when to divulge its secrets.
So
I am
is,
but a vessel.
What?
is Tarir itself like a living magical conduit of sorts? Like what's... Can you tell us more of what Tarir is, or is that in violation of the things you can't tell us till we prove ourselves worthy?
In a way, Tarir is both a shield and a conduit.
This is Tarir.
Fascinating.
It is a powerful arcane construct.
It's a thing.
Tarir, the city, is not a creature,
Oh, it's okay.
but the wards and enchantments and the magic that flows through it are connected in such a way that it is unique among locations in Tyria.
Did
I do
Glint?
apologize. I am not being deliberately evasive. It
No, that's
brings
okay.
me great pain if I try to share information that I am not permitted to share.
No,
We
no,
don't
no.
need to know.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Guys,
Burden of the Luminate.
Did, please, again, any of my questions that would cause you pain, just feel free to say no.
She
But
inclines her head.
did
Why
Glint?
don't we just say like, tell us what you can share, and then
Well, just what if it's an overwhelming amount? Like, what if she's just?
Did Glint prophesy
I feel like the
anything?
questions are an overwhelming amount.
I don't know. I'm just very excited, Kala. You get excited about weapons and meat. I get excited about knowledge and secret cities.
My knowledge is vast, both of the world history and
You hear her, Kala? Her
Jungle
knowledge is
Beyond.
vast.
If you
He
want
did
answers to questions, you would need to ask me something specific. To tell you everything I know about everything would take lifetimes.
Did Glint leave behind like a lot of prophecies?
No. Unfortunately, the Flameseeker prophecies were her greatest masterpiece.
Like a minor work?
What remained after that is inscribed on the walls of Tarir and in the minds and hearts of her Exalted.
So did
Anything
Glint?
about a bard? Sorry, Galatar, this is important. Anything about like a bard, musician, prophecy related to
To my
that?
knowledge, not specifically, no.
So probably just one she didn't write down. Then you think?
Now you get like the cocked head at an odd angle.
Ah,
Or do you think you need to read it
asshole
in?
slipping
It's
again.
fine. It's
At
fine.
this point, Almora just like, this is a fascinating conversation. Luminate, with respect, I think I should see to the disposition of my troops. And Riel is just like, yeah, I think I'll follow her lead, thanks. And the Luminate just nods her head. Of course, please, make yourselves at home in the city. If there are places you are not allowed, you will not be able to enter.
I just have two last questions for you, if that's okay, and then I'll stop taking up your time till we can come back. One
Please
is
do. I do
did-
not tire.
you're literally my new favorite person. Did Glint create Tarir? Like, is Glint the one responsible for imbuing the magic, creating the Exalted, doing all of that, or is there already like a pre-existing force in this location?
There was an occult society called the Brotherhood of the Dragon. It consisted mostly of dwarves from the Shiva Peak Mountains.
What?
They befriended Glint and worked with her to plan for the opposition of the Elder Dragons during the next Dragon Rise. After the great transformation of the dwarves, when they went to fight Primordus in their new stone flesh forms, the Brotherhood was essentially defunct. The Forgotten, the serpent people of the Crystal Desert, were dying out. There were not enough of them after ages of isolation to continue their population.
Oops, sorry.
In order to continue the preparations, we, faithful of Elona, were recruited from tribes of some desert nomads that worshipped Glint, some powerful merchant lords and princes, or queens and kings of Elona, like myself, in order to carry on the legacy. This was during the first dynasty of the primeval kings. We were a part of the Brotherhood of the Dragon, when the dwarves and the Forgotten were of little to no use, we faithful were all that remained. A handful of the last Forgotten to survive came with us here and used ancient magics revealed by Glint to transform us into these eternal forms.
And when she says the first primeval, like, dynasties, do I know how long ago that would be? Like, how old?
Generally, so the primeval kings ruled before the exodus of the gods. So you're talking like 1500 years?
Cool. Okay.
Yeah, I think Brina literally says out loud, so how old are you?
Really, you can't ask a lady that.
I wouldn't ask anybody that.
I mean, I think
How
lady
rude.
to lady, it's okay.
Oh, is that okay? I've
The
Yeah.
never been
Luminester
okay
says,
for me.
No.
I honestly don't
Yeah.
know. It's been long enough that I stopped counting.
Probably like more than,
Wow.
never mind.
Right, count. How many can you count, Brina, and then double it?
I don't want to
Turns to
play
you,
this game.
Galatar, and says, "What year is it currently?"
Hey, DM, what year is it currently?
Like-
I don't know.
20.
Answer your own question.
1326 after Exodus.
It's 1326 after Exodus. I think the primeval, those dynasties were something like 1500 years ago, give or take.
Then I am at least 1300.
Wow.
Part of my kingdom was ruined when the deceiver Abaddon was felled by the gods before the Exodus.
I would have stopped counting too, so.
I believe I am the oldest of the Exalted who remain.
Okay. And then I did have one last question, if that's okay. It's just, do you or Tarir have anything within the walls or that you know of that would perhaps provide a boon to us, or something that would be useful fighting against Mordramoth that may be of aid to us in that way? I know that you yourself cannot leave the city, but perhaps there is knowledge or magic or some sort of items that would be helpful.
Unfortunately, no. Our magic is tied to the city itself.
Oh, that's so
Much
cool.
farther beyond the walls, we have very little influence.
Okay. And do you have a library anywhere that I can, like, just go spend the night, or?
We have no books of parchment here, or scrolls. The wisdom of Tarir is written on the plaques around the city.
That's super accessible.
It'll be a long day of reading
That
plaques.
was the idea.
I like it.
That's super cool.
Except for it's written in a language that's not really common.
Oh, what languages are the plaques in?
Most are written in the high language of the human tongue, that which began in Or, which is celestial.
Oh, okay.
But then he like
Orion, technically.
Oh, I speak that
is
too.
Rooted in celestial, yeah.
Cool.
Some of it is written in Draconic, the language that Glint herself used, because it was important that we get the syntax correct.
That's completely perfect, actually. I am very happy. Sorry, I know I said that was my last question.
I knew it wasn't gonna be. I should
Well,
have
it's
bet
just
with
this
someone.
is just the one thing I meant to ask earlier. Was Glint an ancient dragon herself? Like, I know she was a scion of another dragon, but was like Glint as old as the ancient dragons? Are you allowed to say?
Glint was originally named Gloucest. She was
Okay.
the first and greatest champion of her sire, Kraukatorek. From her sire, she inherited the gift of foresight, prophecy, and some dominion over magic itself. the distant past. Probably shortly after the last dragon rise. Gloucest was captured by the snake-like Forgotten of the Crystal Desert and taken to a sacred site where ancient rituals were performed that freed Glint from her sire's control. She still retained her physical form and the gifts that she had inherited, but her free will was returned to her.
Hmm.
After that point, she decided to devote herself to protecting the sentient peoples of Tyria. Before the Elder Dragons returned to their slumber, she used her magic to hide them from her sire and his siblings. When no more sustenance could be found, they returned to their slumber.
So when you say she retained her physical form, does that mean she was not a dragon to begin with, but became one with the blessing of Krakatorix?
Her form as a crystalline dragon, a creature with scales like prisms of crystal.
Ah, okay. I see.
It bears something of a resemblance to the creatures that suffer from Krakatorix's corrupted brand.
I see. Okay.
I'll save you one, Galatar. How did the Forgotten know the ritual of the magics? Why did they
Such a
want
good
to
question.
capture Glint?
They wanted to capture a champion to see if they could cleanse it of the corruption. It would become a
Pure
powerful
science. I
ally.
love it.
Many of the ancient races that predate the presence of humans on Tyria had powerful and mysterious magics of their own that have been lost to time. Most of that was consumed by the dragons during the first Dragon Rise.
But Brina, that would mean there's hope for your brother. I mean, if there are ancient magics that could do this. Could cleanse corruption.
To be clear, the control was cleansed, but her physical form could
It's
not
like
be
her
fixed.
brother's in that same
I see.
situation. Yeah.
But so the
that's what-
physical thing itself couldn't be fixed.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I thought that was a thing out of choice, not
Well,
like
thanks for the false hope, guys.
Sorry,
We'll cross
That's
the
okay.
bridge when we get to the
I've got
bridge.
some other arcane ideas I'm working on. Well,
No, it's cool. We'll
no,
circle
I've got
back.
arcane ideas.
Well,
I'm
we've
working
got
on
our
them.
2 ideas, I think.
Ooh. Continue with your questions, please.
Does anybody have any like practical questions? I'll stop asking history questions for now. Okay, just one more though.
This is the most accurate RP I've ever seen. We have played for like 2.5 years, and I'm like, oh, this is Galatar.
Do you know anything about like the Mersot? Did you have any interactions with them at all? Or did you have any interactions with a man named Sod de Lesio?
I do not know that name,
False.
sadly. The Mersat you speak of are known to us. They were part of an ancient civilization that came to Tyria from somewhere else within the mists. The Seers and the Mersat were one people. The Seers chose to ally themselves with the sentient races of Tyria to bind their magics in the Bloodstones as a way of sequestering it and defending it from the Elder Dragons. The thought being, if the dragons were defeated or otherwise subdued, the magic could then be released back into the environment and harnessed once again. The Mersat refused, and instead took their magic and slipped beneath the skin of the world, retreating into some other plane.
We're familiar with that place, Galatar.
Yeah, that we've seen. All of us now.
True.
I had another note.
Ryan, this is the best D&D Christmas present ever.
Fucking lore bomb after lore bomb.
I'm so happy right now.
And she just says, when we built Tarir, we obscured it from their divination, so that the Mersat could not find us. They were, of all the races of Tyria, the most dangerous, and we did not want them finding our location. That's why we built so very far away from them, and masked our presence both with arcane wards and the presence of the jungle itself. Though they came very near to it in their search for the bloodstones.
That makes sense. Okay, that really was my last question.
Very well. I shall remain here in my chambers. My Exalted, roam throughout the city. Feel free to call on them should you need anything. We have no food fit for the consumption of your type, but there are plentiful opportunities in the jungle beyond for foraging, and my bastions will guard the gates if you need to leave and come back.
Thank you very
As long as
much.
you're within the walls, you are safe.
Rena, I think it's okay. I know what you're gonna ask, and I don't think you have to ask it.
But I wanna
Ask Brina now. I
Yeah,
want
what
to
are you
know.
gonna ask?
Go
If you
ahead.
don't have any food for
Yeah.
humans, what do you guys eat?
Christ. Yeah, there it is.
We Exalted have no need to eat, or sleep, or breathe. We
So
are
you just-
creatures of pure magic.
You're just pure arcane energy.
So, no. Alright.
Bound within our arcane armor.
Are you a specific like school of the arcane, or just like?
We are
Never mind.
magic unbound.
You open that door, Brina.
I don't wanna. Yeah,
Whoa,
no,
whoa,
you're
whoa!
right.
You're like magic before it was segmented.
No way.
I
Oh
like
my god, this is so cool.
questions better. Thank you so
Just,
much.
yeah, go hang out and wait for.
When you think of magic, think of light passing through a prism. When magic was segmented, it became the colors of the rainbow. We Exalted are the pure light before the prism. Embodiments of the forces that hold Tarir together.
Okay, after we kill Mordremoth, I'm so coming here to study for a while.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just go hang out.
I'll
guess,
pick
and
up a
wait
rock
for-
from this place.
I don't think they're going to have a
Tarir
rock inside. It's pretty clean. We should probably get a rock from outside.
There are
Probably
little
get the bar
gardens,
full.
so
Oh,
there are
perfect.
stones available.
There
Well,
needs
they
to be
probably
some-
have
Although-
wards for
Okay,
teleport
yeah,
anyway,
can you
so-
actually teleport
I
here?
was gonna say, as you're saying this, Lumen is like, unfortunately, our wards prevent teleportation into and out of Tarir.
Got a little
But if I get
excited.
that stuff.
You can arrive nearby.
I guess we'll just. So we're just supposed to wait for Tarir to reveal its secrets. Maybe.
If Tarir wishes you to understand the legacy more fully, it will reveal itself. Otherwise, you are welcome to rest here and use this as a base of operations.
We greatly appreciate that.
Yes, thank you for your time and for answering as many of our questions as you could.
It is our pleasure to serve. Dragon Slayers.
Said you don't have any food, but is the water safe to drink?
Yes, and I'm told it is quite delicious.
That's exciting.
Brina pulls beef jerky out of her bag and leaves like a little piece as we leave, just in case she's interested. But you don't need to. I'm not.
Just
It's fine.
remains kind of hovering there on the dais as you guys take your leave.
I am terrified of these beings. They're so cool, though.
This is badass.
Oh, I want to read these Dragonstone tablets so bad now.
So there's 8 of them. If you want, I can read through them because I mean, you guys basically have all afternoon and evening to explore the city, and there's really not a lot else there.
And this is like the origin story of the
thriving
dragons.
tourism industry.
It's basically a history of the world.
Right. Oh.
Condensed down
Stop.
to 8 tablets, focusing on the dragons. It's not like cultural history.
I've just never been this happy.
It's the creation story in 8 days.
In a
Whoa.
sense, more like 8 ages, kinda. I don't know.
This just keeps getting better.
But yes.
You guys, you guys find like 10 more minutes? I can go through them for you.
Yes.
That would be
They're not
heavenly.
terribly long. So we'll say that you take your leave and you make your way down, and there's just this beautiful city. There's just staircases upon staircases, balconies, little gardens with small, very well curated wild plant growths. Looks very shepherded. You gather that because Mordremoth has a sort of feel for those things, they don't have a lot of green growing things that can be used against them here in the city. Yeah, and some of
Smart.
the Exalted
That does
actually
make sense.
will explain that to you. I will say that
Very smart.
the army now, there is a massive central plaza area to the city. And so the army has kind of moved in there and is starting to put their tents up and move their supplies away. You can see troops going through various exercises and reporting in. Lots of people carrying ledgers and taking counts and trying to get adequate statistics so that the commanders can make choices and plans. It's actually quite rare to see an Exalted. There are 13, including the Luminant. But every now and then you walk around and you realize that there are 3 different types of Exalted besides the Luminant. There are the Bastions, and the first one you stop explains that they don't really have like ranks. They have affinities among the Exalted. And so Bastion Suta, who welcomed you into the city, is probably the first one you encounter because he's kind of helping the Pact. And he says, "I am a Bastion. My affinity is combat, scouting, watching." And then he gestures over to other Exalted that accompany the Luminant down the stairs to meet you with the slightly different shaped helm. And gestures to them, and they step forward, and it's a little more feminine voice and says, "I am Burnisher Adani. My affinities include construction and repair. My fellows and I designed, built, and maintained the structures in Tarir, including our arcane enchantments and wards." And looking around, you don't see any others, but Bastion Suta says, "As you pass around the city, you may encounter the sages. Our sages have an affinity for the magic of the Forgotten. They channel and wield the more potent magics of Tarir to protect the legacy of the Prophet. The sages speak less than we. They are often lost in their own thoughts. So, give them space." And sure enough, as you guys tour around the city, you do occasionally see one of these creatures sort of muttering things and casting spells. You can see like these large-scale, sort of Doctor Strange-like light magic apparatus sort of form in front of them as they seem to go around the city, tweaking and manipulating the energies. And it's always a sort of iridescent, prismatic rainbow color. You do eventually find your way back to the main gates, where you find, with comprehend languages and with your ability to read them, plaque number 1. And it simply says, "When the great celestial dragon first entered this region of the mists, all was in chaos. A young, tempestuous realm incapable of supporting life. There was no balance in the elemental magic that churned within it. It was all wild, unpredictable, and anything created in the chaos was almost instantly destroyed. You go on and you find the next one, and you realize that they're just kind of spaced out clockwise. It's not like a puzzle, like they're just around the walls. And you kind of get a feel as you move to like what these little plazas look like that house these like little obelisks that have the plaques on them. Plaque 2 says, she set about restraining the primordial chaos, giving it form and function to these untamed forces, creating the world of Tyria. But the unbound magics that boiled through this realm uprooted her mountains and overturned her seas. It became clear that the wild magic would need to be channeled away from her great work in order for it to flourish. To this end, the third plaque. To this end, she created the Elder Dragons, to help regulate the flow of magic in and around the world. One for each of the primary forces of creation. Primordus, whose dominion is the fire of creation, change, transformation. And Jormag, whose dominion is the cold embrace of the dark, the unyielding permanence of ice. Mordramoth and Zaitan, who hold dominion over the forces of growth and decay. And Kralkatorrik of the crystalline scales was the fulcrum between them all, whose lordship over magic and the quiet strength of the stony earth was to act as a prism for their combined power. Seeing the world in perfect balance, the Great One departed to other worlds, continuing her eternal journey through the cosmos. Plaque 4 says, as life flourished on Tyria, thinking creatures evolved, and in their earliest days were a delight to the dragons, who happily taught them the ways of magic. But over time, the undisciplined minds and selfish desires of the Tyrian people were imprinted on their great workings, and as the dragons siphoned that magical energy, filtering it through their bodies and recirculating it across the ley lines to nourish the world, they were slowly driven mad, twisted into grotesque reflections of the avarice and iniquity of lesser beings.
Why is it always gotta be us?
That's fucking wild.
Plaque 5. It happened too slowly for most creatures to realize that something was wrong. As their madness deepened, the elder dragons withdrew from the world, drawing more and more power unto themselves and deepening their corruption. Primordus and Jormag no longer worked in harmony, but opposed one another in fierce battles, causing massive devastation. Mordramoth turned from the preservation of life to its domination and corruption, blighting everything it touched, while Zaitan perverted the process of decay and negative energy, raising undead puppets of flesh and bone. Kralkatorrik selfishly gathered treasures and knowledge into great crystalline caverns, preferring to gaze down the fractal paths of time and manipulate events to become master over others, rather than act as a custodian of the world's magic. Tablet 6. For an age, they dominated the world, vying with one another to claim the greatest prizes, the most territory, consuming magic and enchanted objects until their overindulgence became their doom. And the first Dragon Rest saw them sink into a power-drunken slumber that lasted for thousands of years. When they awoke again, they were ravenous and quickly sought to reclaim their ancient power. And so the cycle began. Plaque 7. It is unknown for how many ages of sleep and wakefulness the cycle has passed. Each dragon rise sees the destruction of entire civilizations, a loss of knowledge and culture that cannot be adequately accounted for. During the last rise, Glaust, the Lightbreaker, greatest of Kralkatoric's lieutenants, was captured and taken to a sacred site in the Crystal Desert. There she was cleansed of the Elder Dragon's corruption in a great ritual. Her will freed from his control, and she vowed to protect the people of Tyria from his wrath, taking the name Glint to signify her new beginning. And the final plaque says, in time, the dragons once again returned to their long slumber, and Glint turned her prophetic gaze to the wandering paths of time. After many long years of directing our path, our beloved mistress foresaw the next dragon rise and the tragedy of her own demise. As a final stand against the Elder Dragons, she revealed to us a powerful rite of transformation that we might shed our physical forms and become her exalted stewards. Here, hidden in the depths of the trackless jungle, we built the golden city of Tarir to conceal and defend Glint's legacy.
That's some heavy shit.
What a wild revelation.
That's crazy.
Galatar, make a history check for me.
Mm.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's an
And
18
Birdie,
plus
make a
30.
history check for me as well. Because you're deep into stories and lore. Especially
Well,
like
let
big
me.
epic
Is
tales.
it a history check or perhaps a performance check, trying to recall something I have studied and performed?
I'll let you roll using your performance proficiency, but use your intelligence modifier, because you're recalling the information, not making a performance with your charisma.
Well, it's a 0 intelligence modifier, so.
Well, I'll let you
um,
decide. It can either be a history or a performance roll, but it has to use the end mod. So probably performance.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm confused. So
With performance,
Okay,
you still
I
get your
gotcha.
proficiency.
I still get the proficiency.
You
Do I
just
still
don't-
get the expertise?
Yes, so because you double your proficiency bonus. So if your performance is what, 5?
8.
My performance bonus is plus 17.
So it'd be plus 12 because you just lose your 5 from your charisma.
Yes.
Right.
That would drop to
Okay,
0. Yeah.
plus 12. I don't know how to roll them. I'm just gonna roll a d20 and then we'll add 12 to it at this point.
Yes.
2, fuck. Plus
Oh.
12, 14.
Oh.
Not pretty,
What did
it's pretty
Galatar
bad.
roll?
18 plus 12 for 30.
Okay. So it's fairly obscure. Cantha is an island nation far to the southwest across the ocean, and it is not currently open to trade. It has closed off its borders and does not allow people to travel to or from it since Zaitan woke back up. But there are Canthans who live in Kryta, in Divinity's Reach. There's a Canthan quarter in the city. And you are just able to squeak out this memory. There is an old creation myth from Canthan lore that supposedly dates back to the time that humans first set foot on Tyria, which they claim was in Cantha. And it's tales about a big dragon named Su-Won, S-U-W-O-N, which translates in Canthan to Starborn, or Born of the Stars, which is kind of related to another term in Cantha, which is closer to the stars, which is We no Su, which is sort of like their sort of ritual of ascension, to gain the favor of the gods and the blessing of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a distant Canthan fairy tale about this titanic celestial dragon that created the world, but left long before humanity arrived. Something they heard when they first arrived here from the other races that lived here already.
And preserved it. Gotcha. Wow, that's so wild. Also,
This
did
episode's title might just be Lore Dump.
Best episode ever.
Yeah, no shit.
Didn't Coda, when we were talking with the Codans, didn't they say that like the dragons were regular? Because they talked something about like the dragons being forces of chaos, but they talked about them also being like a necessity or
A
something to like the
necessary part
ecosystem of
ecosystem.
magic. Yeah,
Mhm,
that
mhm.
makes so much more sense.
We knew they were magical conduits. We just
Right.
didn't know why.
Huh.
And now we know why they're magical.
Also,
conduits.
such a good twist that like they got corrupted by absorbing the
Yeah.
magic. Ugh,
Vicious Uno reverse card there.
Right.
right?
What hell hath I wrought, bestowing this magic upon these
Turns out we were the
assholes?
bad guys all along.
Yep. Yep.
Damn.
And so, like, is it every time we cast a spell, it's coming from a dragon? Like, how did this? I guess I would have.
I will say you have time as you're walking around to talk to the burnishers and the sages, or even the illuminate if you wish.
I mean, I definitely want to hunt down a sage at some point. We don't have to do that tonight.
Oh, for sure. We can spend hours with them.
They would just clarify that magic existed before them, and magic exists outside of them. But
That's right.
They're like prisms or filters, and the magic passes through them and they circulate it, like breathing air exchanges blood, oxygen. You know, they're just part of the system. They don't create the magic.
Right, right.
But they give order to the chaos of magic.
Yes, it's not that it comes from them.
Well,
we
they're
use the same
supposed to.
magic, and
Yeah.
Yeah, they have lost their purpose and become corrupt.
well, they're a dirty filter. We just got to change the filter. I mean, you got to do that every couple
We
thousand
just
years.
needed a new Brita filter all along. That was
Yeah,
it. We solved it.
and that's
Time
Glenn's
for the regular-
legacy. How to change the filter.
Probably.
So- But there was nothing on the tablets, and I guess nobody's ever said anything because we don't know like how other dragons like Glint came to be. If they're like offspring of these dragons, or if they were also created by the celestial dragon. Okay, well, more things to think about.
Well, so Kralkatorrik is Glint's sire.
Okay, so
it's like he created her.
but I guess so. Just can create
what?
life itself.
In a way, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I mean,
gotta
I
be
guess what I
careful
was
now,
thinking,
'cause I
like,
can't
if there
give
were
away too much,
5
yeah.
elder dragons, did some of them mate with each other, or were they just able to create their own life?
Are they asexual?
So I would say, talking to several of the Exalted, you learn that the elder dragons have sort of evolved and moved beyond simple biology, and that they are able to use like parthenogenesis to create minions when they have enough power to do so.
Kind of like how the celestial dragon created them, they can then in turn create.
Zaitan had some black dragons, rotting dragons that he sent out.
Yeah,
You could do the same thing.
gotcha. Cool. It's
In
a cool world.
in a way, you and I would say you probably hear this around some campfires at night. The Pale Tree is a champion of Mordremoth, but she was cleansed of his corruption by the Tablet of Ventari.
Oh, and by the memories of Rowan's family?
Well, the memories
Or-
of the humans and of Ventari
Yeah.
helped give her knowledge of the world. But the holy power of Ventari, the druid, cleansed her seed, so to speak.
Wild.
Yeah. This all kind of happens in the late afternoon and into the evening, and eventually night falls on the city, and you can kind of see these glowing figures moving around the edges of the city
Creepy.
walls at night, just faintly in the distance. And every now and then one kind of wafts through camp, just floating ethereally around, making sure everybody has everything they need. The Pact posts watch. You know, they're not stupid. They have full watches going on. You guys can as well. It's up to you.
Not inside the city for sure.
And yeah, you guys pass a long rest. I assume Hero's
Hero's
that
Feast.
night.
Yes. Shall I roll?
Yes.
Ooh, this is the dragon day. This is the big one, Jimmy.
2d10.
It's not.
Roll a 20.
Oh,
Aw.
not bad.
Okay.
But
Everybody
not-
has 10 temporary hit points.
No, extra max.
Oh, sorry, extra max. So go ahead and put that on your character sheets.
Also, yeah, I was confused. Will we be able to make it to Mordremoth today, or will there be one more rest after? Okay.
Well, but who
You have
knows?
no idea. You know that
Oh, I thought they said it was about a day's travel from.
Well, about.
It's about that length of travel. You'll need to talk to Almora and the captain
Gotcha.
and figure out what the battle plan is.
Okay, gotcha. That
But-
makes sense.
As dawn breaks the next day,
Oh no. Oh no. Have we brought problems?
Do it. Attack the Golden City.
stirrings in the camp just rouse you out of slumber when a booming voice echoes out across the entire city, echoing off the walls around you. To arms! To arms! The Mordrem come! Defend the walls! They must not enter the city! And as you guys leap up and hurriedly don your gear, you don't have time. You've got just enough time to put your armor on. And as you're kind of moving with the crowd, Pact soldiers are kind of like fleeing towards the walls. Their commanders get shouting out orders, trying to position everybody. An Exalted appears in front of you, arm outstretched, and shouts, "Hold! I am Sage Jarus, and I must ask that you follow me, Dragon Slayers. Should any Mordrem breach these walls, they will make directly for the inner sanctum. I can shield it for a time, but I fear they might overpower me alone. Please, come quickly."
Oh, buddy, you're in good hands.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
we
if we
can
have
do
to.
this,
Yeah.
yeah.
If-
You're gonna
I'll
twist
be
our
in
arm
a
like that.
sanctum. Oh, sure. Look
Guys,
at
shall
you
we
in a
go
sanctum.
to the
As
sanctum?
everyone's
I think we should.
rushing off, you see General Almora. She kind of looks over and sees you guys and nods and starts heading away her way.
So cool.
What was his name?
Jarus, Jarus.
Jarus.
This exalted sage leads you down many steep, narrow steps into a series of tunnels that seem to run beneath the city. Stopping occasionally, he will press on an inconspicuous stone and it will open a secret passage. These quickly close behind you, seamlessly and invisibly into the wall. After just a few minutes, you find yourselves in a wide, high hall deep underground, lit by shafts of sunlight from narrow channels cleverly recessed in the high arched ceilings overhead. You see a massive archway opened up ahead of you with an enormous golden dragon's head kind of carved in relief above it. The Exalted moves into the archway saying, "Here we stand. If they come, I shall raise a magical barrier to prevent them from entering. But I cannot hold it forever, and I will not be able to reach through it myself. It will be up to you to deal with any threats that approach. Be ready, and show no mercy, for beyond this archway lies Glint's legacy, the last best hope to save Tyria."
Wow, what a fucking line.
And that's where we will call it tonight.
Damn, what a
Last best
line.
hope to
You
save
guys onto the
Tyria.
map.
Woo!
Woo!
God.
That's a
This
big
is fucking
room.
crazy.
Look
This
at
is
this
a
little
crazy
dragon
map.
stone thing down here. Damn.
Where's
Uh,
our boy?
Is
Ryan, would you say that we have a
awesome.
couple minutes from the time that we get here before battle would begin?
A couple of minutes. Not like
Okay.
an hour, but a couple of minutes.
Yeah. Foresight takes 1 minute of casting time.
Okay, yes.
So,
Yes, I will activate my safe now.
Let me.
if that's okay.
Get
So
my
I have a
mage
little
armor up.
custom icon for you so that I remember you have foresight.
Oh.
It's the little
Excited for that.
all-seeing Illuminati eye.
Ooh. And then I will also give both Brina and Kala a gift of alacrity.
Okay.
Dang.
thing for that, I think.
Yeah.
This is so cool.
So yeah. So the Exalted Sage is behind the force field, which I hope you guys can see up top.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
the archway with the big dragon above it. He has put up this wall of
Oh,
force,
he's like,
and
you
is
all stay
behind
out
it.
there.
Yeah,
He's
he
like,
said
I am
good luck.
protecting the legacy, but if bad things come and I can't handle it, then we're fucked. So I'm gonna put this here, and you guys, I need your help dealing with this.
Well, on the bright side, I guess we need a second wall of force.
Yeah. You got that handled.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I actually have spell slots today.
will pick this up next time, and this is gonna be
Kala is invisible is the best way to end this.
this is gonna be tough.
Really?
This is gonna be fucking.
You said that about the worm.
Dude,
I mean, for some of us, the worm
guys-
wasn't great. If I'd known
Well,
about the
Yeah,
acid
I
ahead
might,
of time.
I might hit myself with
So-
a freedom of movement before we hop in this.
Oh,
I'm
I'm gonna
gonna
give
tell you
myself
all what.
resistance against acid. That's what I'm gonna do.
the worm, if the crushing coil had knocked you prone,
Mhm.
it has a feature that if you are prone, it can enter your space and move over you. And it basically just rolls the fuck over you, and you take 10d10 damage.
God damn!
Nice.
I think there's a save for half.
Jesus.
It might be dex to like roll out of the
Yeah,
way real
man.
fast, but like if all of its shit had hit you, and if you had not been immune to poison of its stinger,
Yeah.
that would have gone much.
That was
more
like
poorly.
50 damage on that one roll.
Yeah, that blasted 58 points of, or 59 points of damage. Just its acid breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did not recharge that. I checked it each round, and it never got it back.
That's funny.
And if you're standing next to it and your name wasn't Brina, its acid did a shit ton of damage to you.
What are you gonna do?
I mean, we
She's
can't
a
all be
barbarian.
barbarians.
She's
And
a
you had to hit it.
barbarian, baby.
Well, now we got some spell slots
Now, are
back,
you
so
saying
that'll be
you
good.
Cast the Gift of Protection.
Yeah, I just went ahead and preemptively, since it's
Oh, for
non-concentration, put it on acid. You know, I'm not doing it 2 fights in a row.
You named that gift. Are you ever gonna cast it on somebody else?
Yeah, I eventually will.
Treat yourself.
Roasted.
Treat yourself.
Galatar loves to give himself
Look,
a gift.
here's
Oh
the
my
thing. Okay,
He's a
Most of our
good
party-
boy.
Shield.
most of our party stands very far away,
They do.
and then there's
Dude,
Brina,
those are
who
tough
is
as
already
fuck,
resistant
man.
to everything, and then I'm a
Right.
glass
Some
cannon.
of us, some
my
of us
goodness.
are givers. Some of us, not so much.
So yeah,
Treat
I'm curious
yourself.
as to how
Fair
this is
critique.
because it's. I think it's gonna be hard for weird reasons.
Mm.
Weird.
It
reasons.
requires
Well, I hate
teamwork.
that.
Yeah, it's not like there's a single thing that's
I
gonna
don't
come
know
in
how to
here
do
like
that.
the worm and stomp you. It's just there's like 1,000 enemies.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking too. Was we might be getting overwhelmed.
1,000?
Well, I mean it's not 1,000 because I can't handle that many rolls, but you know,
Think
it's like
Foundry could
it's like the
either.
crossing at the river.
Yeah, or
But
there's
there's
just a bunch.
more.
So can I ask like a question about the map itself? Like, how high are like these?
I should
Walls.
probably put like notations on there. I'm gonna say that the ones that you can see the top of are
Mhm.
probably 30 feet high.
So like they're
so-
climbable, but not
Freaky-ass
easily.
face in the floor.
Yes, they are climbable. It's just it's high up.
Cool, cool, cool.
They didn't have to put this freaky face in the middle of the floor. That was
I
a
like 'em.
choice. That was a design choice.
I like it.
them.
It's
Wow.
similar to the little
I'm gonna
dragon
stop
face
the
behind us.
recording here.